Hello! Hi everyone! How are we doing today? Are we excited? Are we scared? I'm scared. I don't know what's gonna happen. And I'm gonna try not to, put my own biases into anything. But I think many of you already know where my allegiances lie. Just in general, not even necessarily against any particular person. But I have a queen, I have a favorite, I have a mother, and I'm gonna try to keep that in check today. But, no promises. And yesterday I didn't vote at all. I could have if I got out my phone, but I didn't. I've left everything to you guys, and that will continue. No matter how I feel today, I will let you guys be the only voters. But let's get started, because we have a lot of heavy hitters on this side of the bracket, which I kind of did on purpose, but also it did just sort of happen. So let's get into it. First, we have our dishonorary flops. These are our final dishonorary flops of 2025. This first one, I'll admit, it is personal. The other people in the dishonorary flop category are probably worse and have a more harmful effect on the world at large. But one person really pissed me off this year. So this is Richie Jackson. And listen, he's a choreographer. He's currently, I believe, still the choreographer for JoJo Siwa. But he previously, his claim to fame was he was the choreographer for Miss Lady Gaga for quite a while, when Laurieann Gibson left her in 2011, 2012, probably 2012-ish. It was during the Born This Way era. Laurieann Gibson left Gaga's creative team, leaving Richie Jackson, who at that point had been the assistant director to Laurieann. He stepped up as Gaga's main choreographer and was her choreographer for a long time, from art pop to Chromatica. He left Gaga's team after Chromatica. They never made a statement or anything about it, but prior to him officially leaving Gaga's team, he was accused by quite a few of Gaga's dancers of toxic, abusive bullying behavior. And it caused 10 of her dancers to exit her team and to bow out of the Chromatica Ball tour, right as the tour was starting. So doesn't seem like a great person personally. He also was one time, this is a while ago, when we midway through the year, when we first started doing the Pop Girlie news streams, I did show he was on Dr. Phil at one point, making fun of some girl who had a dream to be a dancer. He was just kind of a dick. And there's just evidence of him being kind of a dick throughout his career and his time in the spotlight, but especially once those accusations against him came out and there was this big Rolling Stone piece, he finally exited Gaga's team, and I was very happy about it, because, let's be honest, the choreography wasn't very good. He's not her best choreographer. Laurieann Gibson, it seems, was pulling a lot of the weight. He has claimed some credits for some of Gaga's earliest dances because he was the assistant choreographer at the time, but it was just very, very clear once Laurieann left that there was a severe dip in quality. And then this year, Gaga has been being choreographed by Paris Gobel. Is that how you say her last name? She is incredible. The choreography that Gaga's been working with this last year has been fantastic. It is back up to the quality of what she was doing under Laurieann Gibson. It was immediately noticeable. Immediately upon when Abracadabra was released, it was oh, thank fucking God she has a real choreographer again. And then Richie decided to go on to Instagram and accuse Paris of plagiarizing his work and saying that she had just copied from his moves from Gaga's her early career. And then he listed a bunch of songs that he claims that he choreographed, which were choreographed primarily by Laurieann Gibson, which was interesting. Interesting that he didn't pick any examples from the time that he was the head choreographer. And then he deleted the post and kind of receded into the shadows again. But that just really was the final straw for me. I've never really liked Richie Jackson. I've always kind of thought he was a dick. I've never really been into his choreography. When he when that big Rolling Stone piece came out, I was like, okay, yeah, he actually does seem like a huge asshole. But I was still gonna be quiet about it. I was like, you know what? He's gone now. It doesn't even matter. But the second that he posted that Instagram story or post or whatever it was, I was like, okay, actually, this man really does need to be humbled. So I hope he has fun working with JoJo Siwa for the rest of his career and working with JoJo's overbearing, awful mother. We see how lauded JoJo's choreography is. And I feel bad for JoJo in that sense. But this is the career you deserved, Richie. I don't even know how he stayed on Gaga's team for that long. I think maybe she was just too nice to fire him. But it's like, obviously the choreography was worse when he was in charge. But whatever, he's gone now. Fuck you, Richie. But ultimately, he's not as bad as the rest of the people on the list. This is Anita Bryant. She died this year. And that's fine. And then Gal Gadot. It's a very similar thing to me with Gal Gadot and with Sydney Sweeney, where it's like, they do things that I find morally objectionable, especially Gal Gadot. Like, Gal is, in some instances, kind of just like a mouthpiece for the state of Israel in ways that are just truly horrifying. And I do honestly feel kind of bad for her in that sense, because there have been moments where she has tried to be like kind of human and acknowledge the like suffering of Palestinians, and then has just gotten ripped apart by other Israelis who are calling her like a traitor to her country and to her people, and calling her like acting like she is provoking anti-Semitism by acknowledging Palestinians as human beings. And that's a tough position to be in, to be treated as like you're a representative for a genocidal nation, and any amount of empathy that you show anybody that's not Israeli, well, specifically any empathy that you show Palestinians, immediately gets you demonized by your own people. It's a tough position to be in, and I do have some empathy for her in that sense, but also like, you're a grown-ass woman, so just stop being a mouthpiece for Israel. But then on top of it, it's like, it would be easier to ignore her terrible politics if she was just a little more talented. And she just isn't. In fact, I would say that she is severely less talented than Sydney Sweeney is. Sydney, I think, she has limited range, but she can be very good in things. Gal Gadot has just such specific range. Like, I think she was good in the first Wonder Woman because she was supposed to be playing someone who is, like, not of this world. Like, she's from a kind of otherworldly existence in the Isle of Themyscira, or whatever it's called. So it's like, when she's playing someone who isn't quite good at talking like the average human being, she's fine. When she has to play a normal person, she just sucks. And this year in particular, she really kind of pissed me off with the Snow White debacle. She's in this movie, the Snow White live action movie with Rachel Ziegler. Her acting is fucking terrible in it. She's just not good. And then the studio kind of blamed the flop of the movie on Rachel Ziegler, who is very, very good, not just in that movie, but in general. She's an incredible actress, and the studio kind of like threw her under the bus in favor of Gal Gadot in a way that I just found extremely yucky and gross. And sure, Gal Gadot wasn't the person doing it, but she absolutely knew that it was happening and didn't do anything to like stand up for Rachel Ziegler, probably because Rachel Ziegler is pro-Palestine and Gal is not. Very much not. So, fuck you, Gal Gadot. We love you, Rachel Ziegler. I didn't put Rachel in the honorary pop girlies this year because I felt like she hadn't done that much super publicly. But she is an honorary pop girly. Just in general. And then Erica Kirk. I tried to stay away from like super political figures overall, but this lady is just, she's such a funny little person, you know? It's just, I am being very entertained by the Erica Kirk grieving memes because it is just ridiculous. She's carrying around these fucking tissues with her everywhere she goes, and who am I to judge someone's grieving process or to call a woman a liar for her displays of emotion? But like, she's clearly fucking faking it every time she cries. It's so much. And also, who fucking grieves by going on like a massive national tour promoting, I mean, I guess maybe when you're married to Charlie Kirk, maybe that is how you grieve, is by just promoting like white supremacy. Perhaps that actually is her honoring him, but it's still just fucking weird as hell. Yeah, look at those rings. I know, there's a lot of them. She looks like she's like a mob boss or something. And she's just, again, it's similar with like the Gal Gadot, Sydney Sweeney stuff, where it's like, you're clearly just being touted around because you're like a mouthpiece for well, I guess Sydney isn't so much of a mouthpiece, more of just like a physical representative without saying much, but a representative for a white supremacist ideology to an extent. You're clearly just like, people are propping you up because they want to use you as a representative for regressive politics, and then also you're not very good at what you do. Like, I don't think Erica Kirk is a super talented public speaker. She's like, okay, I think she's better than Sydney Sweeney, to be honest with you. And actually, I think she would have been a better evil queen in that Snow White movie than Gal Gadot. But overall, does she really have any genuine riz? I don't think so. But we'll see how far she goes. And then Justin Baldoni, this motherfucker. It has been very entertaining to watch his attempted smear campaign against Blake, for the most part, fail this year. I mean, there's definitely still people that have it out against Blake Lively because of the smear campaign that he started last year, but all of his like attempts in the court to progress his cause have just fallen flat on their fucking face because he was always in over his head. And I love that. I can't wait to watch him like genuinely fall apart, his legal case, because he still is, Blake is still suing him for harassment, so we'll see where that goes. But his defamation case has already been thrown out. But then it's like, well, what did you do all of this for? You're not going to win the case. And I think that he always kind of knew that he probably wasn't going to win, but he thought that he could leverage the attention to like start some sort of justice for Justin Baldoni campaign. But the fact is like, no one cared about you like that. I mean, the astroturfing was just so fucking obvious. At least with Johnny Depp had actual fans, and he had like a pre-established career that actually was pretty significant. So it was more believable when a whole bunch of people wanted to defend Johnny Depp because he's very famous and very talented, or he was very talented. Justin Baldoni, who cares about Justin Baldoni? I had never even heard this man's name prior to his battles with Blake Lively. That's really the only thing that ever made him relevant. And then I guess he can kind of make like a pivot after this to doing like some sort of like men's rights activist podcast or something. But that's a far cry from what I think he wanted to be, which was like an actually acclaimed director and someone who was actually like a member of Hollywood in a significant way. He fucked it up when he could have just said sorry. You know, it even with his original harassment of Blake Lively, I think he could have gotten out of it fairly easily if he just kind of sucked it up and did some bullshit performative like, I still have a lot of toxic masculinity to unpack. You know, he could have taken that route and made himself some sort of martyr for that cause of like the man who's on a path to redemption. But instead, he chose to go balls to the walls and sue Blake Lively and the New York Times for like $100 million or something ridiculous. He thought he had juice that he did not have. I don't know why. Also, just CBS as a network. Flop. Awful. CBS, I can't say that none of the major networks have ever been super progressive or transgressive or anything. Maybe some TV shows on some networks have had their moments, but for the most part, it's like, okay, this was already like mainstream America shit in the first place, but they have taken such a hard pivot toward like just being an arm for the White House and for the Trump administration. And of course that has a lot to do with the merger with Paramount and whatever that other media company was called, and then Barry Weiss taking over CBS News. So it's like we can very easily track what happened here, but Jesus Christ, it is just so obviously like a right-wing network at this point, in a way that, like, at least Fox News has some level of camp to it, you know? There's something about Fox News that's so right-wing and so Republican that it's kind of entertaining. CBS is, like, right-wing in a way that's also just boring. Like, Barry Weiss is not an interesting figure to follow. And now she's in charge of the news. Terrible times we're living in. Just absolutely terrible. And now the fucking VMAs are on CBS. It's so stupid. Ugh. And then Elon Musk, I know, again, I was trying to stay away from political figures, and he's technically not, I mean, he was never elected to office or anything, but he was Trump's right-hand man for a minute. And then they had some big breakup. He's just so pathetic, though. He does have an insane amount of power, especially after he bought Twitter, which he should have never even been allowed to do. He's completely fucked up one of the most, like, major social media sites that was a news source for many, many people. And the ramifications of that are, it's going to take us a long time to even fully understand how much he fucked everything up. But also, it's like he's just so sad and pathetic. It's just so obvious that he just wants to be liked so fucking badly. And instead of just actually trying to do the work to become a likable person, he just tries to use his money to, like, buy social media platforms so that he can try to quell criticisms of him. It's really pathetic. And I would almost feel bad for him if he wasn't actually just ruining everything. Because it is, sometimes when I see him in interviews, I'm like, oh, there is just a sad little boy in there somewhere. And we just let him do whatever he wants with our country, essentially. Like, he almost kind of was essentially the president for a second, you know? Just whispering in Donald Trump's ear all the time. And he had that annoying ass kid with him at the beginning of the year, his child that he brought everywhere that was, you know, I'm sorry to the child, but Jesus Christ, what an obnoxious little boy. Anyway, yeah, he's our big flop of the year. The biggest flop of them all. But let's move on to our girlies. We're starting off with a big one. So Taylor Swift. Well, this year she released her 12th album, The Life of a Showgirl, on October 3rd. It was the best-selling album of 2025, the fastest-selling album in U.S. history, though fastest selling with a 97% drop in pure album sales the following week, because pretty much all of those sales were coming from pre-sales, people buying the album in advance before the album actually even came out. And then once the album came out, not a whole lot more people buying the album. Now, you could say that that's because so many people bought it in the pre-sale that they just didn't have any need. Well, a lot of people didn't need to buy the album the next week because they already pre-bought it. But I just have to say that, like, I didn't pre-order the album. And if I had thought the album was better, I probably would have ordered a copy after it came out. And I think that's probably true for a lot of people. So I do think the 97% drop the following week is pretty significant. But then it did have a 92% drop in album equivalent units. So album equivalent meaning like streams and stuff. An album equivalent unit, I don't know exactly how they calculate it, but I think you would have to, the amount of time streaming would have to equal the full album or something. So people did still continue to stream the album a little bit, but definitely there even was a drop-off for that after that first week, which is kind of to be expected. You know, it was an event album. It was something that got a lot of hype, so a lot of people tuned in the first week, the first day, the first night to listen to the album. And a lot of those people probably weren't going to listen to it much past that point anyway, because they just listened to it out of curiosity, not because they were genuine stans. But I also think that, again, if it had been a better album, probably would have not had as steep of a drop-off. It also was pretty much the worst reviewed album of her career, so a 69 out of 100 on Metacritic, a 61 out of 100 on Album of the Year. I tried to look at Metacritic to see if that was the worst reviewed album she's ever put out on Metacritic, but the fucking Metacritic website just functions so terribly that I couldn't even really navigate it enough to see. So I just went to Album of the Year, and it is the worst reviewed album of hers on Album of the Year. It ranked number 625 in Album of the Year's year-end ranks. But it was a very hyped-up album. It marked the return of Max Martin and Shellback for Taylor, who she hasn't worked with for a while, since 1989, I think. So it was very hyped up. I still can't really believe that Max Martin and Shellback decided to put their names on that, but I don't know. I mean, it's not like everything they've ever released is incredible, but I still, like, for the amount that she was hyping it up, if I were them, I'd have been like, oh, can you not? But maybe they loved it too. She keeps talking about how much it's her favorite album she's ever released. Maybe they feel similarly. I don't know. And then, so here's the thing. Every song did chart, and charted pretty high. And it broke a lot of records, not just the album sales, but also streaming records. And I have seen a lot of Taylor Swift fans taking that as evidence that it actually wasn't a bad album. And first of all, whether or not you think it's a bad album is ultimately subjective. You know, some people definitely did like it. I kind of can't imagine that. I mean, I did like a lot of it too. I was definitely disappointed given the marketing and given the people working on the album. I definitely thought it was going to be a lot better. But there were songs on it that I liked. I think if it had been like a 5-track EP, it actually would have been pretty good. A very good EP. And I don't know why she doesn't do stuff like that. It's like, not everything has to be a full album release. You can do EPs. You can do just throw stuff up onto YouTube or just put it up onto streaming on Spotify and Apple Music as like here's some new songs. You don't have to do like a full fucking release with like an album cycle. I don't know why she keeps doing it this way, but it's like there were good songs on it. I can't imagine hearing the entire album and thinking that this is up to par with the rest of her work. I just think it's so obviously not. But a lot of Swifties will use the fact that like the streaming numbers were still really high to be like, oh, see, people still really liked the album. It wasn't as bad as everyone said it was. And I understand why they're doing that, because a lot of people will try to chalk Taylor's success up to the pre-sales, to the pre-orders, to the album variants, etc. They'll hype it up as that like she's just selling these variants and that's why she's breaking these records. No one is actually even listening to the music. And I think that they see the streams as a more kind of democratic or genuine, authentic way to track how well an album is doing and how much people like it. And it maybe is a more authentic way of tracking how well the album does and how much people like it. But it's not really, I mean, the game is still really rigged in her favor. For starters, her fans are extremely obsessive. She has a large, not all of them, but there's just a large base of Swifties that are very obsessive and very competitive, to the point that some of them don't even really seem to be that interested in the music. They're more interested in the like sports aspects of pop stardom, which is kind of already what we're playing into here with the Pop Girlie bracket. You know, even with the Pop Girlie bracket, we're analyzing like overall pop girliness. We're not even just talking about the music or anything or what we liked. We are engaging in this in a very kind of sports-like way. And we're kind of doing that. The intention of the bracket is somewhat ironic, right? We're kind of highlighting the sports nature of the pop world. But ultimately, it's like my fandom, my standing of pop girlies is based in like a genuine love for music and pop music in particular, to a degree that like I think some Swifties have kind of lost sight of the actual music part of standing her. And they just kind of think of it as like a sports thing of like, I need to get this many points for my girl. And so there are a lot of them that are interacting with it in that way. And that's true for every single standum. But Taylor just has like the biggest one at the current moment. And since she has the biggest, she's sort of attracting a lot of those people that just want to win something, you know? It's like she is just like the most powerful, successful sports team. And so a lot of her fans are just people that want to root for the most successful sports team, or in her instance, the most successful pop star. That's it for a lot of people. Not all of them, but a lot of them. And this is something too that I think is kind of, it's more of a recent development that I think people really give the Swifties credit for. People act like this is how the Swifties have always been. I think it's really been this way since like 2020. I think that like with Folklore, because of the amount of attention she got from that, and because she was kind of the most active pop star for a few years during the pandemic, she just kind of became like the biggest pop star. And then the Swiftie population started to grow, and this arm of them that is much more intense than the general Swiftie population, that arm became extremely powerful. So I do think that's a kind of recent development, but it is just continuing to the point that I talked about this when we were going over the Spotify Wrapped stuff, because Spotify did that thing where they were ranking fans of like, you're in the 0.0% and you're this rank in the overall fans. I read the article about the girl who was found who was like the #1 Swiftie. And they gave the breakdown, the numbers that she was doing, the amount of hours and minutes or whatever that she was listening to Taylor Swift for the allotted time that Spotify was tracking the data. Because by the way, Spotify doesn't track your data all year. They go from like, because they don't want people's like Christmas, if you're listening to a lot of Christmas music, you don't want that in your like Spotify Wrapped. So they do block out, they stop collecting the data like mid-November, and then they start again in January. So you have like today and tomorrow to just stream whatever the fuck you want without it counting toward your Wrapped, just so you know. If you have some like embarrassing music that you really don't want in your Wrapped, if you just stream it tonight and tomorrow, and then on January 1st get your shit back together. But or just, you know, stream whatever you want whenever you want. Who fucking cares? But for the amount of time that Spotify was tracking the data and the amount of minutes that this girl, because I think she was like a teenager too, that this girl had been listening to Taylor Swift, it was literally every minute of every day. Which means that she was definitely not listening to Taylor Swift that much. She had a device that she put a bunch of Taylor Swift songs into like a playlist on and then just kept streaming them throughout the entire year so that she could get Taylor more streams. There's just no way around it. There's just no fucking way that girl was listening to the music every single second of every day. While she was sleeping, while she was taking a shit, while she was showering, while she was at school. It doesn't make any sense. But that's what a lot of people are doing. There's that app now, I don't remember what it's called, but there's some app where you do like listening parties with people where it's like one big group will come together. A whole bunch of people will log on to the app and they'll do a listening party. So if 1,000 people get into one listening party and they stream a song, then that counts as 1,000 streams in the like Billboard data. So, and in like just the regular Spotify, Apple Music data too. So, and I think it's specifically Spotify. I think it's specifically linked to Spotify. Maybe. I don't know. I don't have the app, so I don't know it. But a lot of people will do that where they'll just like log into this app for these listening parties, and whether or not they're even really listening to it, they might just like fuck off, you know? They log in and then they just go about their day. They're still getting counted toward these streams. And in ways, it's like kind of nice because the listening parties are something that inspires a lot of like community stuff. I mean, that's kind of what I did appreciate about the listening party thing that Taylor did in the theater, even though I think it was kind of lazy. It's like, well, it did inspire some like community engagement of like people coming together and listening to music together. That's nice. But at the same time, a lot of people are using that to game the system, to get her more streams. So there's that part of it of like a lot of Taylor streams are being upheld by fans that aren't even really paying that much attention to the music. They're just trying to get the streams. And streaming is an easy way to do that, you know? Before, when it was like just radio plays that were getting counted for like Billboard and whatnot, it was like, well, then we were all at the mercy of the radio DJs. And now this is a little bit more democratized where we can all listen to our own independent music and have that counted for, you know, the Billboard charts and whatnot, which is nice, and that kind of democratizes it, but it also just leaves the game open for fans to do fan wars. Because it's so much easier for them to like get together and be like, okay, we're all gonna make this playlist and then we're gonna play it overnight. So there's that aspect of it. But then also, the thing is that Taylor is just so popular, and she's so popular with the general public, that Apple Music and Spotify, whenever she releases anything, they just put those songs into like every pop music playlist that they have. Any sort of curated playlist, any like Spotify generated playlist for users who listen to pop music, she gets put in there. So, you know, the streaming has maybe kind of reduced the roles of radio DJs and whatnot, but it's also really inflated the influence of just streaming platforms themselves, because they have curated playlists and they have favorites, you know? There are the like pay to play schemes that Spotify especially engages in, where they will take certain artists can take a smaller cut from their like streaming revenue. They'll take a smaller cut of that in exchange for Spotify putting them into more playlists and getting them more circulation. So, you know, it's just kind of, I don't want to downplay the achievements that Taylor has had this year, because I know that there were people streaming the songs, and I know that there were people that genuinely liked the songs, but it's like every time she gets a #1 now, or every time that her songs go break some sort of fucking streaming record of like she's been #1 for this many weeks, it's like, yeah, but the game is kind of rigged in her favor, so it doesn't really mean as much as it would have if it were just like 10 years ago or something. It's so much easier for her to get these records broken with the current ecosystem. So it's frustrating to me as a general pop fan, because I do think the game is genuinely rigged in a way that feels really unfair to the other girls who are putting out work that is more actually beloved from like the work standpoint, like, I mean, we'll see when we go through. Taylor's not making a lot of year-end lists for this album. A lot of critics didn't really like the album. I don't think a lot of fans really loved the album either, especially compared to her previous work, but it's still breaking all these records in a way that just feels really fucking unfair for the other girls who released albums that people liked more. So it's frustrating in that sense, but then I also feel like, again, I consider myself Swiftie adjacent. I'm not full Swiftie, but I do have a lot of appreciation for Taylor Swift. I am a fan, but it kind of lessens any sort of excitement from her breaking any new record. When someone tells me like, oh, Fate of Ophelia has been #1 for 10 weeks in a row, I'm like, okay. I don't think that's because that many people liked the song, though. So what does it matter? I would like it if her breaking these records felt like it mattered. Just from like a fan's sake. I don't know. It all just feels so fucking empty. But the album did well. Fate of Ophelia is #1 on Billboard. It was #1 for like, I think it's going on like 10 weeks now. It got interrupted for a second during Christmas when Mariah Carey went #1 again, but then it went right back up to #1 after that. It is the only single on the album. It's also, she released the only music video for the album so far. She released it during the release party film thing. And then Elizabeth Taylor went to #3 on Billboard. Opalite went to #2. Father Figure #4. Eldest Daughter #9. Ruin the Friendship 11. Actually Romantic 7. Wishlist 6. Canceled 10. Honey 12. I do think it's funny that Honey got the lowest of all of them, because it's like, yeah, that song was so fucking boring. I forget that it's even on the album. I don't even think it's that bad of a song. I just think it's unremarkable. And then Life of a Showgirl was #8. And then she bought her master's back at the beginning of the year, and that was when I initially, because there was a second where I thought maybe she wouldn't even be in the bracket at all, because I thought she was probably just going to take a break throughout this year. I mean, she released an entire album last year. She released an album a year before that. She had been on tour for 3 years. I was like, she must want to take a break. But then I put her into the nomination list because she bought her master's back, and I was like, oh, well, that'll be the big thing that Taylor does this year. And now it's really been overshadowed in a way that's really sad, because that felt like the kind of perfect way to cap off the Eras tour era, her actually getting her master's back, which she said that she went on the Eras tour, and the money that she made from that was a huge reason that she even could afford to buy back her master's. Not buy it back, but buy it in the first place. She never owned it. But that seemed like a perfect way to end that era, and it's also like this big celebration of like, okay, finally we can all listen to every version of a Taylor Swift song. We don't have to pay attention to if it's a Taylor's version or if it's the original. We can just like all the music, and it felt like a great way to celebrate her body of work. And her Spotify streams did get boosted around that time, 110 to 430% per album. And then also she announced that there would be no Reputation TV, which I felt like was pretty significant because Reputation was kind of the album that a lot of people wanted her to re-record because it wasn't as critically acclaimed at the time that it got released, but it's gotten some retrospective acclaim, and people were kind of looking forward to like redoing that era and being able to like put the respect on Reputation that they thought that the album always deserved. And the fact that she wasn't going to redo the album, to me it felt really like symbolic of like, no, actually it's okay that the album didn't do that well critically the first time. It's still a good album and it doesn't need to be redone. That felt really nice. And it also felt nice that the fans that were with her in that era got to still have that era as their own thing, because she got so many new fans in 2020 with Folklore that got to then re-experience the fandom when she was doing all these re-records with like Fearless and then Red and then 1989, which that one wasn't very good, but and also Speak Now. I forget that she even redid that one because she moved on from it so fucking fast. But it was kind of nice that like people who were new fans got to sort of re-experience the album releases with the re-records, but then the fact that Reputation still got to be something that only existed in one period of time, I don't know, I really liked that. I thought that that was so significant and so nice, and I was like, that's the perfect way for Taylor to be like in the game in 2025, is like she gets back her masters, or she gets them for the first time. People go back and they get to listen to all these old albums, and they get to just appreciate Reputation for the album that it was. It felt so significant, and then she fucked it up by putting out a mid-ass album and then taking over the charts with it in a way that felt very overbearing. So, Jesus, like, she could have had such a good fucking year. A good year that was relatively low-key if she had just kept it to this. I don't understand why she keeps putting out albums. I mean, I get it, she likes making music, but it's like, you can just make the music and then keep it for a while and then wait like 2 years to release something. You don't have to release it the second that it's finished, Taylor. You don't have to. But then also, there was an Apple Music Dolby Atmos update. And so some of the Reputation, 2 of the Reputation songs have some new lyrics. That's really it. That's it. And then year in performance, she hasn't performed anything this year, but she did, or she might have been a guest at someone else's concert at one point. I don't remember. But she did release the final show, the Eras Tour final show, which is actually the final 2 shows edited together. But the final show on Disney Plus on December 12th alongside her docu-series. It's 3 hours and 27 minutes. It's the full fucking show. It includes the Tortured Poets department set because the first time that she filmed it, she hadn't released Tortured Poets yet, so she had to add that to the show and then release the whole show again. And this is my big criticism with Taylor too, is like, not only do I think that you should wait a little bit longer to release your albums, you should work on them for a little bit longer. You should let it simmer a little bit before you release something prematurely. I also just think that you don't need to do the amount of promo that you're doing. You don't need to hype stuff up the amount that you're hyping it up. And so for this show, it is just, the filmmaking of it is objectively worse than the first one. The color is washed out. The camera angles are not good in a lot of shots. The editing isn't great. It almost, in the first one, I think the editing was a little too fast at a lot of moments, but it was for the most part like passable and fine. In this one, it lingers on shots way too long in a way that feels totally awkward. And it's just not a well put together concert film. And that would have been okay for me if it had just been released. It should have just been a live stream. It should have just been a live stream of the final show that everyone could experience together as like, oh, this is the final show. It would have been a more like communal experience. It would have been nicer in that way. And then also there would have been lower expectations on it from a filmmaking standpoint. I don't understand what the point of taking an entire fucking year to put out the concert film was. If the concert film you're putting out feels like it was taken straight from like the original footage, like just like the switching that they did on the original show, didn't take the footage and then edit it into something new. Like, it wasn't good. It was sloppy. Why would you wait a year to release something and then do like a whole to-do about it, about like, oh, on December 12th this whole new thing is coming out? Like, even if you're gonna do that, even if you're gonna wait a year, don't even hype it up then. Just put it out alongside the documentary as like a fun little bonus. It's like, do we need to maximize the amount of people watching this when it's not even something that's up to par with the rest of your work? I don't think so. But I guess they don't know how to not promote. She doesn't know how to release stuff that's not a full, like, album cycle era, and she doesn't know how to not promote stuff. And then, on that note, promotional efforts. So the official release party of A Showgirl was in theaters October 3rd to the 5th. It got a 47 out of 100 on Metacritic. The lyric videos are the exact same as the lyric videos that are on YouTube, except they're censored. It was the, like, clean version of the songs instead of the explicit version, which I thought was so stupid. I heard some people being like, well, it's in theaters, so families are gonna go see it. It's like, well, families went to go see the Eras Tour film in theaters, and that had swearing in it. Why couldn't the album listening party have swearing in it? Whatever. The lyric videos are exactly the same as the ones on YouTube. They're also not very good lyric videos, to be honest with you. The editing in it is super basic. It's like they just put kind of like a kaleidoscope effect over some of the footage from the photo shoots and then just put the lyrics on top of it. It's not good. Compared to, like, there are other pop girls who are just putting in so much more work with their visualizers and their lyric videos, and given the amount of money and power and influence and everything that Taylor Swift has, it's like, I just think that you should be operating at a higher level than your peers, and you're not. And I get it. Again, I do think that overall the listening party was a nice idea for having this kind of communal sense of like, let's all go to the theater and listen to this together. I do like that, and I do kind of wish, I hope, that other artists do things similar, because, you know, especially with like concert tickets being the way that they are, we do need some other places for people to just gather and listen to music together, even if it's not like a live thing. But I do hope more people do like the live concert films too in theaters. I think it's fun. I think it's good. But again, it's like you have so much money. You have so much money, and not even just like, you have so much money personally, but also the label you're on. You're not an independent artist. You're on a major label. They're definitely giving you money too. They're giving you a budget. There's no reason for you to do these lazy ass lyric videos and then sell tickets for people to go look at them in a movie theater. You can just do so much better. And there should be an expectation on you to do better. Ugh. And then also, even aside from the lyric video stuff, the only other thing that they did during the release party thing, Taylor kind of explained the like meaning behind the songs, but even then it was very surface level. And for songs that aren't, it's not hard to figure out the meaning for these songs. I don't need wood deconstructed for me. And she didn't even deconstruct it. It was just like, oh, it's just about like luck. There's just a lot of metaphors in there for luck, and just kind of like winking, like not acknowledging the fact that it is about her boyfriend's penis. But even so, it's like, well, the reason that she can kind of do that winking thing and make a joke of it is because it's just so obvious that it's about his penis. I didn't need anyone to explain what the song was about to me. But then, so it's like, okay, so you want to do this like behind the scenes thing where she's talking about the meaning of the songs. why not? I know you have footage of her making the songs, because I see footage in the docuseries that you used very sporadically. Why not, if I'm going to this listening party in the theater to celebrate the album, why not show me that footage in this? Why not actually give me some behind the scenes looks at the making of the album, instead of just having her sitting in a fucking chair, just being like, so this song was about... There were so many other ways for you to put this fucking thing together. And then they also premiered the Fate of Ophelia music video. They played it twice. They played it at the beginning of the release party thing, and then they played it at the end. Which, that part I was kind of okay with. Like, okay, because throughout it, they're also interspersing behind the scenes footage of them making the music video. Which, some of that too, I was like, I didn't need some of this stuff. Like, there's just better behind the scenes videos for other pop stars, you know? It didn't really feel that in-depth to me. I didn't feel like I got, like, that much of a better idea of the creative process behind a music video, no more than I already know from just watching other, like, behind-the-music things on MTV. But, okay, you're showing us behind-the-scenes footage, and so it's like we see it once, and then we see the behind-the-scenes stuff, and then you see it again, and it's like, oh, maybe you're gonna catch some references that got pointed out to you in the behind-the-scenes stuff that you didn't notice the first time. Okay, cool, whatever. The thing that drove me fucking nuts about it, though, was that the way that it was edited together, it would be like, there was the music video, then she comes on, well, then they show some, like, behind-the-scenes stuff, then she comes on and talks about some of the other tracks, they play the lyric videos, they go back to the behind-the-scenes stuff, and every time they go to the behind-the-scenes shit, they just play the instrumental for Fate of Ophelia for every single one. So I would start to hear the instrumental for the Fate of Ophelia, and I like, for a long time, I had to listen to the song quite a lot after watching the theater for me to, like, rethink of the song as an actual song. There was a while where every time I would start to hear the beginning part of Fate of Ophelia, I would feel like I was listening to copyright-free music, because I was just, like, associating it with background music for a making of video. That's all it felt like to me after a while. It was like, oh, this is the music that they play in the background of this footage that they're showing us. It felt like royalty-free music. And I don't get... You have the instrumentals to all your other songs. I know that this is the making of that specific music video, but just mix it up a little bit and do the background music for at least one other song on the album, so that I don't only associate background music with Fate of Ophelia. It's just so annoying. And then there was the docuseries, which really is not making much noise, really, at all. It's kind of boring. It's not, there's parts of it that I am really interested in. Like, there's little bits here and there where I'm like, oh, that's so interesting. And actually so, like, revealing about what her life is like. But then it just kind of, it still does feel very corporate and very sanitized and controlled, to the point that I think that I actually technically have like 15 minutes of the docuseries left. I don't think I fully finished it, but I am gonna finish it, because I'm working on I'll probably do a few videos on the second channel about the docuseries and also other stuff that Taylor's done this year. I'm making some notes. I don't know what, like, format the videos are gonna be in, like how I'm gonna structure it, but at some point there will be some videos up on the second channel about Miss Swift. So I'm not even really gonna get into the discussions on the docuseries, because everything that I have to say about it, I will say at a later date. But it's, like, fine. It's just not... It doesn't feel super noteworthy in any particular direction. But I did definitely... There are things that I do think I sympathize. Well, I don't know. It's hard to reckon the feelings of empathy I have for her with the fact that she is a billionaire. Because every feeling that I have toward her where I'm like, oh, I do kind of get why she is not doing this or why she is doing that, but then I'm like, well, but also she has so much power that there just should be different expectations for her behavior, you know? I don't know. Cuz I was watching it and I was like, I do think that she's less in control of her life than a lot of people, including me, sometimes conceptualize her as being. Something that I kind of just forgot about was how much her family is really involved in her career, especially her dad, but also her mom. I think that not only is she in a state of arrested development because of her fame at such a young age, but also just for the fact that she's never really gotten out from under the thumb of her parents. They're so involved in her career and so involved in her life in a way that is, I'm not going to say totally not normal, but in a way that does, I do think, has stunted her growth as an adult quite a lot. Because she is just still her parents' child. That's kind of it. She's never really separated herself from her family in that way. And it is kind of sad, and I do almost wonder if that's a big part of her making Travis such a huge part of her branding and everything, and her life. Obviously, I mean, she is marrying him. I feel like she maybe even thinks of marriage at this point as like a way out. Like it's the next step of adulthood for her. That and it is almost kind of patriarchal in a sense of like she's gonna get passed off from her father to her husband. But in a way, it's like, well, her husband is more of a partner. You know, he's not a parent. He doesn't have control over her. And I honestly don't think that he does at all. Because for a minute, I was like, is Travis the problem? Is Travis the reason that she's been so fucking annoying recently? Is he the issue? And every time I see the two of them interact, I'm like, I don't think he's the problem. I think the problem is her own concept of what marriage is going to mean for her life and her own like feelings about what being a wife is going to do for her own like sense of identity. I think that's sort of the issue, because every time I see Travis talking about their relationship and about her, he's just so much more casual about it than she is. So I don't know. I think a big problem is her parents. And it's not a problem in the way of like I think that they're abusive or anything. It's just a problem in the way of like she doesn't have an independent life as an adult. And so in some ways I do feel, I feel for her in that sense of like she is just kind of in this state of perpetual childhood. But then I think about it more and I'm like, okay, but also she is still a billionaire. So it's like, girl, get over it. Get your shit together. Get a therapist. That's really what she needs, a fucking therapist. But anyway, so she did this 6-part docuseries. She's also done more interviews this year than she's done in a while. I think especially because she hasn't been touring, so she's just had more time. She did Capital FM, BBC Radio 1. She did the New Heights podcast where she announced the album. She did BBC Radio 2, and then she did like every late night show except for Jimmy Kimmel Live. And she also did Good Morning America. So not like a whole lot of interviews compared to other girls, but way more for her because she hadn't been doing a lot for a long time. Other ventures, she makes bread now. She talks about it a lot. She talks about it, and she also she's putting her bread into her music video. It's a whole thing. And I actually have a lot of thoughts about that too, but I'll save it for the videos that I'm making. In her personal life, obviously, she got engaged. She was congratulated by everybody, including Donald Trump, and especially, like, brands, in a way that felt a little sus. Of, like, is she licensing her image out for some of that stuff? I don't know. And she referred to herself as, like, an English teacher who is engaged to your gym coach. It was very, like, parasocial and weird, her Instagram post about it. But, oh well. And then there's speculations on her friendship with Blake Lively. I don't know what the state of their friendship is, and I don't really care. It doesn't involve me, and the people trying to make this, like, a big make or break thing in the Justin Baldoni stuff really annoys me, because it's like, whether or not Taylor Swift and Blake Lively are still friends, Justin Baldoni is still a sexual harasser, so what does that fucking matter? Now, controversy. She's gotten into many controversies throughout the year. So, no political statements at all. And this is, again, a thing where I'm like, in some ways, I do think that she is just so disconnected from the world that I don't even know if she knows what political conversations are going on. You know, she doesn't get on social media. I don't know how much TV she watches. I don't know if she's really even paying attention to the news, so maybe she just doesn't even have much of an opinion on anything, because she's just so in her own bubble. And also, like, if you go back and you watch the Miss Americana documentary, her fucking father is the one that really doesn't want her to make any sort of political statements, and her dad is still kind of running her shit. So, in some ways, I'm like, I think her dad might be a big hindrance on her not being a more political figure. But at the same time, again, it's like, well, girl, you're like a woman in her mid-30s and you're a billionaire. Stop fucking listening to your dad. But the thing that really annoyed me was the Trump administration using her music on social media and her not saying anything about it whatsoever. So, I just, there's not really any excuse for that. Especially with how protective she is of her own copyright. And the fact that, like, every other artist that's happened to has spoken out. I can believe that she's not aware of a lot of political issues, and so that's why she's maybe not speaking out about a whole lot of stuff. But I don't believe that she's not aware of who's using her music. She for sure has, like, lawyers and people just watching that shit. There's no way that it wasn't brought up to her at some point of, like, hey, the White House is using your shit in their political propaganda. How do you want to proceed about that? There's no way that the question hasn't been broached to her. It's just no way. And then she's also just bringing her man into everything. She turned down the Super Bowl because she said that she was too focused on Travis and what he was doing in the stadium. And I actually, again, I watching the docu-series, I do have more empathy for her in that sense, because I do think that in her world, so much of her life has been focusing on her stuff and her career and her music, and she did the Eras tour, and that took so much out of her. It was a very involved tour that I think that in a way that she does just want to think about when she's in a football stadium. She doesn't want to think about her stuff anymore. She just wants to think about what Travis is doing on the field, because it simplifies things for her. But I still don't like the way that she said that during the interview with Jimmy Fallon, and the way that she was doing that, like, dumb girl voice to be like, what's my choreography gonna be? It was very dismissive, so fuck her for that. But I think that she just kind of wants to be Travis's wife in a sense, and reduce her identity to that, because it feels less overwhelming than being Taylor Swift the pop star, Taylor Swift the employer of all these thousands of people. So I have more sympathy for her in that sense. But also, again, can you think about what you're saying a little bit? In the, like, 4 interviews you're doing total? And then there's the allegation that she won't go away. And I get this kind of feminist defense of like, would you ask a man to go away? Would you ask a man to stop making music if he loves making music? And I'm like, no. But also, number one, part of the reason people want her to go away is because the music has just gotten worse. So it's like, can you go away just to like make better music and then come back later? So that's one of the things. And I think that the way that she has phrased I think the way that she's conceptualizing the criticisms of her in her own head, she's making it about people wanting her to go away for that reason, about people not wanting her to like take up too much space or whatever because she's a woman. But it's like, no, quite a lot of the people who want you to go away right now just don't like the quality of the work and would like you to put more effort into it. But then on top of it, it's like, you're not just releasing music, you're doing full promo campaigns even when you don't need to. Even when you are guaranteed a #1 spot on the Billboard, even when for sure you're going to be breaking records, whether or not you promote stuff, you're still going out of your way to promote it and to like kind of take up space and take up time from other women. Because this is the thing too, it's like we can do this whole thing about like people don't expect men to stop their careers. Men aren't playing the game the way that women have to play the game. It's not comparable. And it's a privilege that men have, because men get to just kind of release stuff and then it either does well or it doesn't do well, and they get to just continue on their career like nothing happened. You know, like Halsey released an album that actually did pretty well commercially, but because it didn't do as well as her previous releases, her label will now not let her release her new work because she didn't meet the expectations that are set for women that are not set for men, because men, they put out flop albums all the fucking time and nobody makes a big deal about it. They just get to go make their new album and put it out, and hopefully that does better. And the same thing what we're talking about with like Post Malone at Coachella being a headliner when Charlie XCX isn't. Is Post Malone putting in the amount of effort in his stage shows that pretty much every female pop star is? No. But he gets to be a headliner because he's a man who's doing decently well. You know, it's like those are the standards for men in the industry. They get to just kind of do decently well, and no one really questions their success. Women have to put in so much extra work to get to the level that men are at. And that's why we see women doing these big promo campaigns and putting more effort into being pop stars, putting more effort into their visuals, putting more effort into their merch, putting more effort into their live shows, and having to switch up their genres in between albums and evolve their image in ways that men are not expected to do. And it makes them better pop stars. You know, women are so much more entertaining as pop acts. So we all kind of benefit from it in a sense. But it is very unfair. And the thing that's frustrating about it is, like, women have to play the game in that sense. And Taylor has evolved past it. Taylor has reached a level of success where she can act like a man now. She can just release stuff and have people be like, oh, yay, she released something. And it doesn't even matter how well it does because no one questions her success anymore. Like, well, people would question her success. If she, like, released an album that, like, didn't go #1, there would be discussions about it, but I don't think in 2025 that she's in a place where that's even a risk, you know? She's just already in like a too big to fail area that she doesn't need to play the game the way that other women do, and it's a little bit frustrating that she is continuing to play the game anyway, as if she's actually competing against anybody. It just sort of feels like she's just trying to widen the gap between herself and every other woman in the industry in a way that I don't know, it feels like, it just feels weird. And it's not comparable to anything that a man even can do because men aren't put into that position in the first place. Ugh. I'm not saying, so because she should put in zero effort, she could put in zero effort, she should. I'm not saying she should put in zero effort. I mean, she is kind of putting in zero effort in many ways. I think if she wants to put in the effort to actually do promo stuff that's of high quality, like the release party thing. I think if she wanted to do a release party thing to drum up the hype for the album, that would have been great if she was putting a lot of effort into the release party. She's not putting effort into the actual content, but she is still doing like really, really overbearing promo. Like she keeps doing countdowns. She keeps doing the Easter eggs and like getting things drummed up for work that's subpar. And that's the thing that's annoying about it, is like you could just release the album and you could do big music videos if you wanted to do big music videos, because that's an art in and of itself. And I think the release party thing could have been artistic in a sense. There could have been some artistic expression there. She could have put effort into the content, but there's not much effort being put into the content. But the promo around it is just still so overbearing. And that's what I find annoying. Is like, just stop doing the countdowns. Stop going to all the... You don't need to do all these different interviews, too. I mean, she says the same thing in every fucking interview. So what do you need to go to every late night show for at this point? It's just to, like, get more airtime and get more eyes on your project. A project that you're not putting that much work into. So that's what's frustrating for me, is it just feels like she's playing the game, but in such a superficial way that it's all just about dominating other women. And it's also weird to me, in that interview with Stephen Colbert, it was even weird to me too that like she acknowledged it as like a, why won't you go away and give someone else a turn or something. It's like, it's so weird that even you are aware of it, as like, you know that you're taking up somebody else's time. You know that, you know, there's limited spots on who can be on Stephen Colbert promoting their shit. You know that you're taking these spaces away from other people, and you don't really care. Or you even kind of enjoy it. I don't know. She's just got her priorities backward. And then there were some AI allegations. I'm still not really clear on these, because there were some videos that came out that were definitely AI, but I don't know if that actually came from her team or if it was a fan account. I could never get clarity on that, if it was like an official release from Taylor, or if it was just something that some fans made that then got passed off as if Taylor had done it. I don't really know. And then she started beef with Charlie XCX. Seems to think that Charlie started beef with her, and that was also very frustrating too. Of, I don't care that she's like starting beef or like doing a diss track or anything, but it was just such a shallow diss track that didn't feel like it was a genuine, substantive response to the song that she was responding to. Even if there's other stuff that was happening behind the scenes, it's like she knew that was going to get taken as a response to Sympathy is a Knife. And Sympathy is a Knife is a kind of like introspective, vulnerable song about Charlie XCX's insecurities. And what's really frustrating about that too is like, I do think that part of her issue with Charlie XCX comes from a place of insecurity herself. I think that Taylor is somewhat insecure about the fact that Charlie is accepted in these like smaller, more cult following spaces than Taylor is. Taylor is like the commercial pop star, and I think that she wants more artistic indie cred that Charlie has. So I think that Taylor also feels threatened by Charlie in a similar way to how Charlie feels threatened by Taylor. And it would have been nice if she had made a song that actually expressed that and actually explored that. And instead, she just made this, like, weird song that felt just like another flex of power of, like, you're a toy chihuahua barking at me from a tiny purse. It's just disappointing. Because again, I'll say it another time, even though it's somewhat rude of me to say, the bitch needs a fucking therapist. There is something within her that she is not exploring, that she is resistant to exploring, and I think that she gets herself out of having to explore it by just hiding behind her own power and her own success, you know? Instead of actually digging into, why am I so bothered by this song that Charlie wrote? Why am I so bothered by Charlie calling me boring Barbie that I feel like I need to write a song about it? Instead of actually exploring those feelings, she just was like, ha 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 ha, you're dumb and small. And you're obsessed with me. It's like, girl, try again. Dig a little deeper. Dig a little fucking deeper. And then there was criticisms over the album variants. There were about 17 variants of The Life of a Showgirl, which is not that absurd compared to what other girls are putting out. But again, it's the marketing. She's advertising her variants more than any other girl is, so she's getting more shit for it than any other girl. And also, she just doesn't have to do it as well. It's another problem of, like, you don't need to put out this many variants to have a #1 album. You don't need to play the game that way. You could have just put out, like, one version of the album, or a couple versions if you really were attached to a few different album covers. Could have put out a couple versions. You didn't have to put out 17. Especially that close together, you know? Like, maybe over the course of a couple years if you want to do some, like, anniversary editions or something. But, the album came out just a few months ago. Ay. And then there were just general criticisms of the album quality, the fact that a lot of the songs sounded similar to other songs that exist, which is then a little bit hypocritical with her maybe taking some shots at songs that are similar to hers. And then there were the album pre-sales with no pre-release singles. Then there was the reduced quality of the merch, which the quality's been declining for a few years now. And then also just the mismarketing. Like, what the fuck was all this show? I thought this was gonna be, like, actually, like, showgirl themed sonically, and it just wasn't. It also wasn't even showgirl themed lyrically. I rewatched the New Heights podcast today and yesterday, and I'm like, what the fuck was she even saying about some of those things that she said about the album? She's a liar. But she got people to pre-order it. And then there were the race-related criticisms from Life of a Showgirl, the lyrics on Opalite, Eldest Daughter, and Wishlist, some microaggressive stuff, and then the Opalite necklace, which was just a bad fucking look, and she should have more people on her team checking that stuff. It's, again, she's a billionaire. This is a $1 billion brand. Why is there no quality control? Was that it? Oh, yeah, okay. And then accolades, she didn't win a whole lot of awards this year. Granted, a lot of these awards were for things that she would have won for Tortured Poets Department, but, like, Tortured Poets Department was nominated for a whole bunch of, like, American Music Awards and the Grammys. I couldn't think of the Grammys for a second. I was like, what's the big important one? It was nominated for a lot of stuff and just didn't win, but it did win stuff at the iHeartRadio Music Awards. So it got, well, she got Tour of the Century, Favorite Tour Style, Favorite on Screen, Artist of the Year, Best Lyrics, Best Music Video, Favorite Surprise Guest, Favorite Tour Tradition, and Pop Album of the Year. Ooh. And then because of the time that she released the album, she's not nominated for any Grammys for 2026, but she could be for 2027. But I really just, I hope that she doesn't get nominated for anything for Life of a Showgirl. And I hate to say that because I don't want to be a dick, but there's a part of me that's like, well, she needs to suffer some sort of fucking consequence, you know? If she just gets nominated for a bunch of Grammys again, I don't know. is again just gonna feel like she's just getting rewarded for just being Taylor Swift, and that it has nothing to do with the actual quality of the music. I don't know. I just can't even imagine it getting nominated. Like, what if it gets nominated for Album of the Year? That will be insane. Oh, shit. And so for the year-end list, she really didn't make many. She got number 15 on Rolling Stone, which Rolling Stone was always gonna put her on the list. Sunday Times, number 11. Telegraph, number 10. Billboard, number 9. And then for songs, she got nominated for The Fate of Ophelia. Or not nominated, she got listed on Billboard's top songs at number 14. Rolling Stone at number 8. Then Ruin the Friendship was listed for Stereogum at number 36. Los Angeles Times at number 19. Opalite at 67 for Billboard. Number 1 for USA Today, which I don't dislike. I think it's catchy. I can't imagine saying it's the best song of the year. That's genuinely insane to me. Of the whole year, all the songs that were released in 2025? And then Elizabeth Taylor got number 6 for Business Insider. But still, she did get listed on quite a few, but for Taylor Swift, for what a huge artist she is, this is not a lot. And then with Y'all, she tied at number 15 with Cardi B, Lola Young, Doja Cat, and Tyler, the Creator, with 0.99% of the votes. So y'all didn't love it, but you also didn't hate it either. And I have to say, I gotta stick up Lola Young and Doja Cat. I do think had far better album. I think Cardi B did as well. With Cardi, it's almost harder to take the album seriously as an album because it has so many songs on it where I'm like, oh, this is just a collection of the songs that Cardi has made over the last 7 years. So it's almost harder for me to take it seriously as like one individual project. But even Cardi, I would say for sure had a better album. And Tyler, the Creator, also did too. But I understand that, like, I think a lot of people in this audience are maybe not listening to a lot of men. But Tyler had a great album. But I really did like that Lola Young album. I thought that was pretty good. Now, notable moments. She went to the Super Bowl this year because Travis was playing in the Super Bowl. She was with Ice Spice. I feel like, is that the last time we saw them together publicly? I'm not sure. But I would assume they're still friends. She got booed, which was not cool. You know, it's like, I have my criticisms of Taylor this year. They did not need to boo her just for existing in the stadium. You know what? I'll criticize Taylor, but I will always defend her against a group of misogynistic men, because what the fuck is their problem? She was on screen for like 30 seconds total. They're so annoying. And then she was at the Grammys. She didn't win anything, but she was there, and she looked cute. I liked her outfit. I need Homegirl to start doing something different with her hair, though. I don't really... I hate to... Well, I was going to say I hate to psychoanalyze her. I love it. It's one of my favorite things. So I'm just going to do it right now. I kind of wonder if some of the hairstyle stuff is another extension of, like, the Arrested Development stuff. Because I'm like, what is Homegirl's problem? Why is she afraid of her own forehead? Why does she have bangs, like, 95% of the time? Because the 5% of the time that we see her forehead when she does some different hairstyle and she doesn't have a full fucking fringe on her forehead, she looks fine. She looks very nice. But I almost think the problem is that she kind of looks more like a grown-up. I think the bangs make her look a little bit more youthful, a little bit more like a girl instead of a woman. Not that, I mean, women can have bangs for sure, but there is something very kind of youthful about it. And I'm like, girl, it's okay. Grow them out. You look fine. But I don't know. I would like her to do something different with her hair. But I do like seeing Taylor at an award show. She always does look like she's having fun. And one of the most significant things about her appearance there is the way that she was dancing along to Charlie's performance in a way that would make you think that she didn't hate Charlie XCX, even though she definitely does, because she was working on Actually Romantic at that moment. Oh, hello, welcome. Thanks for becoming a member. Oh, by the way, okay, about the memberships, I found this out recently. I hope that Sarah Man 9295, I hope that you did that on desktop and not on an iPhone, because I found out that if you get a membership on an iPhone, it's like $1 more for like no reason. It's not going to me. It's definitely just going to Apple. So if anyone wants to become a member, become a member on desktop. Don't do it, or from an Android, I guess. But Apple will charge you an extra $1. Just a PSA for everybody. Anywho, yeah, she was dancing along to Charlie like she wasn't pissed at her, which she definitely was. But, you know, she looked like she was having fun. God, her teeth are so white. Oh, shit. And so also when she announced her album, Cardi posted this, the like SpongeBob gif, and then also the, because and this is the thing too, and this is like, she has again a level of power that it feels like she doesn't ever want to acknowledge, even though she's definitely aware of it. Like when she releases an album, everybody else has to switch their release dates. When she announces when she's releasing something, no one can release that weekend because they're just gonna get fucked. And you can see that too. This is what the release looked like the weekend before Life of a Showgirl came out. Everyone was getting their songs and their albums out the week before, because as soon as Taylor released, that was it. That was it for a couple weeks, you know? You have to like block out time of like, well, here's the weeks after Taylor releases, so no one can release during that time. And that's, again, it's like, we do this whole thing about like, oh, if she were a man. What man has that level of power at this point? She is just kind of above everybody. I don't know any man that, like, even even Morgan Wallen, who gets number ones fucking constantly. No one's switching their release date around, or at least, not no one, but so much fewer people are moving their release dates around because of a Morgan Wallen release. It's just not really a part of the conversation in that way. So we kind of, she's elevated above everybody. We can't really compare her and be like, oh, if a man did this, it would have been fine. A man can't do the things that she's doing. She's above everybody. There's not even comparable at this point. Now, of course, the second that she slips, the second that she stops breaking every record, there will be 1,000 more articles about it than there ever would be about if that happened to a man. So she's still a woman, and she's still going to be scrutinized in a way that a man wouldn't. But I still just, like, it would just be nice if she recognized her power a little bit more and acted accordingly, you know? Like, just do a little bit less promo. Do a little bit less, like, stop doing the fucking countdowns. Just stop doing the countdowns. And you know what else? This didn't happen this year. This was last year. So I can't hold this against her for, like, this year's shit. But it's like, I don't, with how she's been acting this year, I don't believe that she wouldn't do this again. Her announcing Tortured Poets Department at the Grammys was crazy. And it was genuinely kind of disrespectful to everyone else in that room. Like, she knows how much more attention she's gonna get compared to everybody else there. For her to take that moment where everyone should have been celebrating their own years, their own releases, and make that moment about herself and her new album, it's like, girl, read the room. That would have been a cute thing for you to do, you know, when you were promoting, like, Red. That would have been fun. When this is the environment that you're in, that everyone has to move their shit around because you're releasing something. Don't promote your shit at the Grammys. Just let other people have their moment. Anyway. But this is the thing, too. It's like, we can get frustrated with her. But it's like her power is undeniable. So how do we even quantify it? It's like, in some measurements, we shouldn't even be doing this bracket. Because it's just so obvious that Taylor Swift is dominating the field. But is that what we're evaluating things on? I don't know. So, here's Marina, working on a much different scale than Miss Swift. So Marina put out Princess of Power on June 6th. It was number 42 on the Billboard 200. Got a 74 out of 100 on Metacritic. A 68 out of 100 on Album of the Year. Ranked number 602 for the year-end rank for Album of the Year. And then it's her first album as an independent artist, so it did pretty well. She was always a smaller artist in the first place, and now she's independent and, you know, had a good year. She released 3 singles, 3 videos, and then she released the deluxe edition on October 24th with 4 new songs and 1 new remix. Now, this one's tough for me because I am an OG Diamond. Not OG, but like early Diamond. Loved the Family Jewels. It was a formative album for me. Fruit, also still one of my favorite albums ever made. I just didn't love this album, though. There are songs on it that I really like. I do like Cupid's Girl. I love Contissimo. Obvious bops. But the album as a whole, Marina has always had a bit of a tendency to have some corny lyrics. And that's an issue that seems to have gotten worse with time. She's kind of just gotten cornier and cornier throughout the years. Even though I think that, like, production-wise, the music has actually gotten better. Like, I know everyone loves Electra Heart, and I have affection for the album, especially, like, as an era, but I don't love the Dr. Luke production on it. And not even just because it's Dr. Luke and I don't like him as a person. I just think that the production on the album was very generic for the time. I think that it wasn't really the avenue that I would like Marina to be in. I like the kind of more quirky pop that she came on the scene with the Family Jewels, and then, like, has kind of come back to since then. So I think the production on her albums is great, like her newer albums, but the lyrics still, like, they just keep getting corny, and it's to a point that, like, it takes me out of it on songs that I otherwise like. Like, there's that Roller Coaster song where there are moments where I really fuck with that song, and then other moments where I'm like, oh, god damn it. It just, she'll hit me with a line where I just get kind of taken out of it for a second, and I really cannot take that Hello Kitty song seriously. I can't even believe she released that. But there were good songs on the album. I wish that I had liked it more because of how much I've loved Marina for a very long time. She did do a lot of performing this year, though. She did quite a few festivals, so Coachella, Lollapalooza, Corona Capital, World Pride, Austin City Limits, Outside Lands. She also performed on The Tonight Show with Jimmy Fallon, and she has been on tour since September 6th. It does look, I like the set and everything. It's very cute. And then she did quite a few interviews too. In like bigger, more public interviews, like CBS Mornings. I haven't seen her on like just a TV program for a while. And then the Zach Sang show. She did Cosmopolitan, ABC News, NPR, Rolling Stone, Vogue. She was on the cover of Plastic. So she was definitely, especially again for an independent artist, I felt like I saw her out there doing promo way more than I saw when she was on a label, which might have had something to do with the label not giving her the budget for the promo. And then year-end list, the album didn't really make any year-end lists, but Cantissimo did get named at number 19 for Business Insider, and Everybody Knows I'm Sad was number 63 for Rolling Stone. I do like that song, kinda. I don't love it, but I do really like it. It's not one of my top songs for the year. And then You Guys ranked it at number 13 with 1.48% of the votes, tied with Conan Gray and Tate McRae. And then notable moments, her early promo for Cantissimo was... it's not controversial, but a lot of when she announced the name of the song as Cantissimo, people were like, oh my god, really? But it's like, well, that's a great name. What's everybody's problem? And it says, she put this big billboard up and it says cunting soon, which is fun. And the song is a good song. I do love that song. Oh, shit. And then she released Cantissimo, and that was a moment in and of itself. Just especially because you can't see it here. I was trying to get a better photo of it, but she had a star on her cheek, which is reminiscent of during the Electra Heart era. She had a little heart on her cheek that a lot of people thought that she had like tattooed for a long time, but no, she just like drew it on every day. But then she had a star on her cheek, so it's kind of like referencing her past, embracing that era in her career, while also evolving it, you know? That's nice. It's a nice acknowledgement of her past, and the work that I think most fans probably came to her from, because that was her biggest album for a while. It was her biggest album, but also in a way her biggest flop, because that was her big, like, pop star push, and it didn't quite pan out the way that I think her label wanted it to. And then she referenced Salma Hayek in the song, and Salma did send her this very nice video talking about how she loved the song and appreciated the shout out from it, which was very, very cute. And she looks so cute too. That was her at like some club that I think they did a listening party or something for. And then she did join the No Music for Genocide boycott, which we do appreciate, so I wanted to shout her out for that. She also requested that her former label, Atlantic Records, block her previous releases. I don't know if they ever did. I think they did. But for sure, her newest album is not available in Israel. Which, you know, it does suck for Israeli citizens who haven't done anything wrong, but, you know, better life to not be able to listen to some certain music than a life where you're getting targeted by a genocide. So, oh well. Oh, shit. Okay, so we'll go to our first voting of Taylor versus Marina. Sorry, Marina. Well, I mean, it's quite honestly closer than it should be at this point. Somehow Marina is taking the lead. I almost feel like there's some resentment toward Taylor being expressed in these votes, because objectively Taylor is the bigger artist. I mean, massive. She is the #1 album of the year. But I think that maybe a lot of people are just kind of sick of it. I mean, I'm not gonna interfere, I guess, but I do think this is a little ridiculous. I guess we'll have to let it ride, though, because they're neck and neck. Holy cow. Cantissimo was that good. It is a good song, I'll give you that. Oh my god, I'm gonna have to start a new fucking elevator music song. Jesus Christ. I don't even know if we're gonna have enough people to break this tie. Yeah, this is the most divisive it has been, which is hilarious because it like objectively should not be. But clearly a lot of people have a lot of feelings toward Taylor Swift right now. This is a revenge vote, in a way. Because I know y'all were not listening to Princess of Power that fucking much. I just know it. Holy shit. Okay, I want to, like, every time one of them pulls ahead, I want to leave it for about, like, 28 to 30 seconds, but then it just goes right back to 50-50. Jesus, you guys. If you haven't voted, vote now. Your vote matters. Alright, I'm gonna count down from 20 in my head. Oh, god damn it, we're back to 50 again. Okay. Jesus Christ. I can't vote. I'm not interfering. I'm not interfering. Holy fuck. I mean, at least we know for sure Taylor is not a finalist. Taylor will not be facing off against Sabrina. Oh my god, we're another song down. Okay. Alright, yeah, we might need to do like a coin toss. Marina pulled ahead. Alright, I'm gonna count down from 20 now. Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right. I can't say I agree with it, but I guess that's... Listen, this is a democracy. Marina's going forward. In a way, okay, for the most part, that makes no sense. But in a way, it does kind of make sense, even apart from, like, personal preference or any resentment people might be feeling toward a Miss Swift at the moment. I do think that, like, for sure, Taylor did do damage to her public image this year that Marina did not do, you know? Like, Marina, I do think, elevated her space in the pop sphere. Taylor mostly just... Taylor didn't gain any fans this year. That's what we can say, is like... I do think Marina might have picked up some momentum in her career in a way that Taylor just did not. Taylor, if anything, has gained more enemies this year than she did fans. So, there's that. But let's move on to Cardi. Cardi versus Chapel. So, Am I the Drama released September 19th. It was number 1 on the Billboard 200. This is her first album in 7 years. got 74 out of 100 on Metacritic, 69 out of 100 on Album of the Year, and then it ranked number 588 on the year-end Album of the Year ranking. It broke multiple records for a female rap album, which someone who maybe won our flop bracket of the year did not seem happy about whatsoever. Seemed to kind of trigger somebody. But it is what it is. She released 2 music videos this year, and there were quite a lot of features, including Lizzo, Megan Thee Stallion, and Janet Jackson. She released quite a lot of songs as well. So Higher Love, I don't think this one charted, but it was for the Smurfs soundtrack, and I think it was like the lead single for the Smurfs soundtrack, which people love a kids movie. So there's that. And then she released Outside, which got to number 10 on the Billboard Hot 100. Imaginary Players went to number 66. Safe, featuring Kalani, went to number 26. Airtime went to number 43. Oh, shit. Magnet went to 37, which was a diss at JT, though a certain flop of the year was tweeting lyrics about it as if it were about her, which it was not. Pick It Up, featuring Selena Gomez, went to number 45. And then Safe, featuring Kalani, went to number 26. Pretty and Petty went to number 43, which was a diss at Bia or Baya. I don't even really know who that is. And then Nice Guy, featuring Tyla, went to number 8 on the Billboard Bubbling Under. She then did the MDL Beast Festival in, I think it's supposed to be Middle Beast, like instead of Middle East. Okay. In Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, very recently, I think like in December or at the end of November, where she was given the name Halal Bee. And then she performed at the Global Citizen Festival in New York City, and the Ladyland Festival in Brooklyn. She didn't do a lot of live performances this year, but I think she has her tour scheduled for next year, so. And then she did, for her promotional effort, she did a pop-up Bodega Baddie event at a bodega in New York City. She did a meet and greet tour across the U.S. from September 29th to the 25th. She did quite a few interviews. Jay Shetty, Call Her Daddy, Breakfast Club, Spotify. She did like a conversation thing with Kelly Rowland, CBS Mornings. And then she did that like fun TikTok on the subway where she was like selling her album. And then she did some album variants from her court case. So she used the court case itself to further promote the album, which is very fitting considering the album is called Am I the Drama? And the court case was a source of drama. Other ventures, she did host the WWE SummerSlam, and she recorded some PSAs for the New York City subway. In her personal life, she confirmed her relationship with Stefan Diggs in June. I didn't put this in the slideshow, but I did see earlier today that Stefan was charged with some stuff yesterday. I don't really know the details of it, but I think he was accused of assaulting and strangling a woman. So I don't love that. And I know that there was already some stuff with him, which is a bummer, because I was very excited for her to not be in a relationship with Offset anymore. And it doesn't seem like he's much better. What a fucking bummer. She confirmed her pregnancy in September, her pregnancy with Stefan's child. Yeah, she gave birth in November to her 4th child, and then Offset is claiming the baby is his, which she is very vocally called harassment, which it is. But yeah, I mean, yeah, Stefan doesn't seem like a great person. So that really sucks. Now, her court case. I put this under controversy, even though I don't think many people were on the plaintiff's side. But, you know, it was a source of drama. It is a controversy in the way of she literally did have to be put under legal scrutiny. But she did win her court case. She was sued for $24 million. It was just kind of a bullshit lawsuit in the first place. And the lawyer on the other side was laughably bad. She did throw a pen at a journalist outside the courthouse. And while I would say that I think the journalist kind of deserved it, you also, when you're getting sued for assault and you just won your case, not a good look to throw something at a reporter outside the courthouse. But oh well. But the woman that had been suing her did then try to use it to get a retrial. It failed, but she did try to use it. She was like, well, clearly she's violent. And it's like, well, you did kind of walk into that one. You should have at least gotten a block away before throwing something at somebody. But oh well, it was a pen. Who cares? And then there was the Nicki Minaj back and forth on Twitter that went over multiple days. We went through it in a stream. Now, again, this is something where I think most people were on Cardi's side because Nicki was very clearly the instigator and said worse stuff overall. Cardi did say things about Nicki's son that she should not have said. So she deserved a little bit of backlash for that. But for the most part, people were on her side. Somehow, JT Lotto and Ice Spice got involved. I still am not fully clear on what all the history is with that. But that did happen. And then there were accusations of her being paid to do Saudi Arabia propaganda with that music festival that she did. A lot of celebrities have been going to Saudi Arabia for various things recently. Cardi didn't get as much backlash as, like, the comedians who did that comedy festival there, but she got a little bit. And then there was also, like, a film festival, too, that people got some backlash for. So, yeah, a lot of people going to Saudi Arabia right now. They're kind of paying big bucks to get celebrities over there to distract from, you know, their offing of journalists and such. Upcoming nomination, she is nominated for Best Rap Performance for the song Outside at the Grammys. She didn't win any big awards this year because she hasn't released an album in 7 years. So, I mean, she has released some tracks here and there, but I looked and I didn't see that she had won anything this year. Nothing big, you know. No, like, Grammys or even, like, you know, American Music Awards or whatever. The stuff that, like, the average American would pay attention to. Even if it's not, you know... I tried to include categories and, like, for the awards, stuff that I think the general public would just be interested in, even if it wasn't, like, a prestigious award. So that's why, like, iHeartRadio and stuff is in there, and the Nickelodeon Kids' Choice Awards. But then year-end lists, she got into a few for her album. So Rolling Stone, she got it number 60, Billboard number 19, and Complex number 8. And then songs, Pretty and Petty was ranked number 23 for the Fader. And then Outside, ranked number 73 for Billboard. Magnet, number 27 for Complex. And then Imaginary Players, number 46 for Rolling Stone. Oh, shit. Y'all, again, she was tied at number 15 with Taylor Swift, Lola Young, Doja Cat, and Tyler, the Creator, with 0.99% of the votes. And then notable moments, I obviously mentioned the court case, but there were just so many moments within the court case that were notable. A lot of, you know, reaction images came from it. A lot of fun quotes came from it, especially because her fucking, not her lawyer, but the other woman's lawyer was just kind of handing it to her. And it was, I don't want Cardi to get sued for stuff, especially because I do think that lawsuit in particular was bullshit. But it was fun seeing her on the stand. You know, if it happens again, it happens again. I'll watch. And then more recently, she was on Drag Race. Looking great, by the way. Love her outfit. But people were trying to make it seem like she timed this intentionally because this ad came out right after Nikki did the Turning Point USA appearance. People were like, oh, Cardi has to make it clear that she is for the gays. And I'm like, I don't think Cardi's not in charge of when the ads for the TV show come out. I don't think that was her doing. But it was definitely very fun timing. Just the reminder of the fact that Cardi is still, she's not perfect. She says problematic things from time to time. But overall, her politics are pretty solid and pretty progressive. And it was nice to get that reminder after watching Nikki blow up her own career with her strange right-wing grift. At least we still have Nikki. I mean, we always had Nikki. And then Chapel. So Chapel didn't really have that big of a year. She only released 2 songs. So The Giver was released on March 13th. They peaked at number 5 on the Billboard Hot 100. She first debuted in November of 2024 on Saturday Night Live. It was critically acclaimed. People did like it. And then she released a lyric video instead of a music video, but a fairly, certainly more effort was put into that lyric video than the ones that Taylor released for Life of a Showgirl. And then The Subway was released on July 31st. That peaked at number 3 on the Billboard Hot 100, again critically acclaimed, but it was a song that she had been performing live since 2024. And then she released a music video for it, which is her first music video since 2023. She's not really a music video girly, but it is just kind of... She still managed to be a fairly big part of the conversation this year, even though the only 2 songs she released were songs that she had already premiered previously in different years, but she just officially released the studio version this year. And then Pink Pony Club, she performed at the Grammy Awards in February. It was a very good performance. She's been on her Visions of Damsels and Other Dangerous Things tour, which started as mostly just a tour of her doing festival dates, but then kind of evolved into her doing other theater shows and stuff. And it's still going. I don't know when she plans on stopping that, but she had local drag queens as the opening act for a lot of the dates. She also had Hemlock Springs, and I'm a big Hemlock Springs supporter, so I always have to shout her out. And then she did... This is the 3rd tour for her for her first album, which is, it's fun in a way. She is kind of bucking the trend of what you're supposed to do as a pop star. You're supposed to have album cycles, and most people in her position would have just immediately moved to putting out a new album to capitalize on the momentum that she got last year. But no, she's just still gonna tour her debut album. She said that she'll probably take 5 years or so to even have a new album out. So she's just having fun, enjoying touring, putting out songs here and there. I like it. She's carving her own path, and it's nice. And she did a lot of festival dates too. And again, the festival shows are nice because they are often professionally filmed and then available to watch online. So Primavera Sound, Way Out West, Corona Capital, the Reading Festival. She looks incredible. I don't remember which one this was. I think this might have been Primavera, but just what a look. So good. And then she did some interviews, Apple Music, BBC Radio 1, Las Culturistas, Call Her Daddy, Perfect Magazine, W Magazine, and she did appear at the Met Gala. I don't really even remember what she wore. Oh, shit. Now, controversies. She had a few this year, even without it being a super active year. So the first one I think people were pretty much just on her side about, for the most part. She, during her Grammys acceptance speech, said something about labels should give their signees healthcare, which I think, yeah, pretty basic. request. But then some fucking music executive decided to publish an op-ed with the Hollywood Reporter being like, oh yeah, we'll put your money where your mouth is and you pay for their health insurance. And it's like, well, but she doesn't have a record label, so what do you mean? It's just stupid. And I think pretty much everyone immediately was like, okay, fuck that guy. Because there are people who always want to like when Billie Eilish says the thing about like give your monies away, shorties, people will be like, well, you're really rich, why don't you give your money away? But it's like, that's normal people saying that. And I do think that they're being ridiculous in the first place, because it's like, well, she's not a billionaire. But okay, those are normal everyday working class people who recognize the disparity between themselves and Billie Eilish and the fact that she's a multimillionaire and they are not. But it's like when a record label executive who is also insanely rich, when they try to pull the put your money where your mouth is and you give away the money, then it's like, okay, you fuck off, though. I don't need to hear anything from you. But then she donated like $25,000 to something. I don't even remember what it was, but something for like struggling artists. And so she was like, okay, now you do it, which was a good way to respond. Then there was the Call Her Daddy podcast backlash. So there were a few things. First, she had said something about being frustrated with people wanting her to speak up about politics more. And she was like, well, Pops, she did this whole thing about like, I'm touring, I'm doing all this stuff, I don't even have time, I'm not educated on politics, most pop stars don't have time to educate themselves on politics, which some people took as her saying that like pop stars' lives are so much harder than other people's, and like people were like, well, if a normal person with a 9-to-5 can be educated on politics, then you have no excuse, your life isn't harder than other people. And I don't think that that's really even what she was saying. I think listen, the thing is that like pop stars are just in a bubble in a way that normal people are not. Because yeah, okay, someone with a 9-to-5 might work just as hard, if not harder, than your average pop star, but they're not like, they're living normal lives where they're not divorced from normal current events the way that a lot of celebrities are. I mean, like, just the relationship that a lot of celebrities have with social media is so drastically different than the relationship that everyday people have. So it's like they literally, a lot of their avenues for even being educated on current events is not comparable. But obviously some pop stars are still incredibly educated on political events. I don't think it's like a thing where it's like every pop star is completely disconnected from politics. But overall her point was like, look, we shouldn't be the people that you count on to make commentary. And I do agree with that, because pop stars are just so disconnected that if they have a specific issue that they're really educated on that they want to talk about, I think they should talk about it, because it's, if you have a platform, you probably should use it to like try to make the world a better place. But you shouldn't be expected to be like a spokesperson for like the entirety of the progressive movement or whatever, you know? And I think that that's more of what she was saying, of like, you can't expect me to be a spokesperson for every progressive cause. I don't know what I'm talking about a lot of the time. And I think that's fully fair. But a lot of people took it as her saying like, don't expect me to ever talk about politics at all. And I just don't think that that's what she was saying. But it also is something where it's like, I don't know. There's like, she definitely could do more to curtail some of the backlash that she gets by getting a little bit more media training or something and figuring out how to communicate some of her points in a way that doesn't rub so many people the wrong way. Because I do think that there was some stuff about the way that she said it that I understand why some people heard it in a way that felt... Because it is just annoying when rich people complain about things in general. And I understand the rage that comes from that, but I think a lot of it was taken out of context. And there were things that she could have done to, like, just clean up her talking points, but she was also in, like, a fairly casual conversation because it was a fucking podcast that I don't think that she needs to say everything completely correctly. So ultimately, I just don't fucking care, and I think the backlash was stupid. But okay, to give some sort of... to throw a bone to the people that were upset, it's like, okay, yeah, she could maybe be a little bit more sensitive to the plight of the working class. But I just don't care that much. And then there was some backlash for, she had said something about, parents are in hell or something. She was really just talking about how difficult being a parent is. And then a whole bunch of people found some way to make that a hit at parents, that she was, like, diminish. I don't even know. I still don't really understand what people's problem with that was. Especially, too, because it's like, if you're upset that she said that being a parent sounds miserable, if you're a parent that's upset about that, maybe you should stop talking about your life in a way that makes it sound miserable. Like, I'm sorry. I think parenthood is kind of miserable a lot of the time, and I think people should have a way to talk about that, and they should be able to talk about it. But the people who were upset about it, I was like, what do you expect? Parents complain about being a parent all the fucking time. It's her fault for recognizing that, for acknowledging it. Yeah, it sounds hard. When I hear parents talk about what they go through, I'm like, ooh, that sounds awful. Are we supposed to not... What concept am I supposed to have for parenthood? Like, wow, that sounds incredible and amazing. Your life sounds so easy, actually. I still don't understand what people's fucking problem with that was. Whatever. And then there was just a general sense, people were like, oh my god, why is she always complaining? Why is she always so negative? Because the world sucks, that's why. And then the most recent backlash, there was... So, Bridget Bardot died, like 2 days ago, yesterday even, maybe, I don't remember. Very recently, in the last, like, 2 days or yesterday. She died, and then Chappell said something about it, like, oh, that's awful, because she has that reference in Red Wine Supernova about, like, she was a Playboy, Bridget Bardot, so she made some comment about, like, oh, that's sad. And then people, because Bridget Bardot died, I think a lot of people then became aware of the fact that Bridget Bardot was, like, extremely racist, and especially toward Muslims, which is kind of unsurprising. Again, I'm sorry. I did it yesterday and I'm going to do it again today. It's because she's French. French people are extremely Islamophobic. Not all of them, obviously, but French culture is generally pretty Islamophobic. And I'm not saying that to, like, excuse Bridget Bardot, but I didn't know Bridget Bardot was racist. I never really knew much about her at all, other than the fact that she was, like, a sex symbol. But as soon as I found out, as soon as people were being like, oh, she has this history of racism and Islamophobia, I was like, well, that makes sense. She is French, after all. Sorry to any French people in here. You're the exception. You're great. But yeah, a lot of people were giving her shit for the Instagram story, and then also giving her shit for the fact that she even referenced Bridget Bardot in Red Wine Supernova. And they were like, well, you didn't do any research into her before you referenced her in a song? And it's like, no. Not everyone does, like, super in-depth research when they just, like, say someone's name. What are we talking about? And clearly none of you fucking knew that she was racist at the time, because this controversy never came out when the song was, like, popular. You just found out about it, and now that you know, now you're ready to hold someone accountable. Now you're gonna say that she should have known the whole time, even though you just found out. But whatever. I think that one, for the most part, like, there were some people that immediately jumped to be like, ha 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 ha, look at, we caught Chapel doing something bad again. But then I think most reasonable people looked at that situation and were like, okay, fuck off. So none of these controversies were really very serious. Accolades, she did win at the Brit Awards. She won Best International Song, Best International Artist, and at the Grammys she won Best New Artist. With her little, I love that outfit. Upcoming nominations, she is nominated for Record of the Year and Best Pop Solo Performance for The Subway. And then year-end list, The Subway did get named for NME at number 35, Pitchfork number 31, Rolling Stone at number 10, Billboard number 8, Business Insider at number 5, Los Angeles Times number 3, The Guardian number 3, and USA Today at number 2. So a lot of people really, really like that song. I'll be honest, I don't love it, and it's not even that I think it's a bad song. I'm just not a ballad girly. I don't think that I was ever really gonna fuck with that song that much, but I think it's fine. It's good. It's a well-made song. I'm not a ballad girly. And then The Giver did get listed for Billboard at number 40 and Stereo Gum at 25. Notable moments. So some of this stuff isn't even stuff that, like, happened to her, but it definitely is, like, because of her. So her standing up for herself with photographers at multiple red carpets last year does really seem to have had an effect on the way that photographers interact with her. So this was at the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame induction ceremony where she was there to do the induction for Cyndi Lauper. She walked the red carpet and there was a video of this woman telling the photographer, she's like, okay, Chapel is coming up now. You guys have to be nice to her or she will yell at you. And then if you watch the videos too, they're all being like, okay, sweetie, look over here. Like, they're being so much nicer to her than they are just in general. I mean, those photographers are very aggressive. They always kind of have been because they've always been able to get away with it because no one checks them. But Chapel checked them, and now they're being very nice to her. And also, throughout the year, we've seen other celebrities kind of standing up for themselves in ways that we haven't really seen before. So this was Millie Bobby Brown at the Stranger Things red carpet, where some of the photographers were starting to get really aggressive with her, and then she went, no, you smile, and then walked away. And then Ariana Grande, also at one of the Wicked premieres, she was politely asking the photographers to stop shouting at her. And then this one, okay, this is a moment that she was a part of. This is not her fault at all, but this was a very uncomfortable, bad moment. So this was at the Grammy Awards. These two women for the AP were interviewing Babyface, who is like a legendary musician. And then they saw Chapel, and one of them immediately just kind of like started gesturing toward Chapel and was like, Chapel, over here, because they wanted to interview Chapel. And then Babyface was just kind of like, oh, okay, well, bye then. It was very uncomfortable. Not Chapel's fault at all, but horrifying to watch. And a lot of people were talking shit about the woman who did it, and she does deserve some criticism for that, because that was really crazy. I do have to imagine, though, that she probably had like a boss in her ear or something being like, you need to flag down Chapel. You cannot let Chapel walk by. So I think that the reporter was probably under pressure from her own employer. So it was bad, but you know, it's the red carpets are very chaotic, and there's a lot of stuff going on, and there's a lot of pressure being put onto the photographers, which is why they're yelling at people. You know, they're under a lot of stress too. So they're yelling at the people on the carpet, and then there's people yelling at the reporters being like, you need to make sure that you get this person interviewed. It's a hard environment for everybody, but that was awful to watch. It really was disrespectful to Babyface. And then at the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame induction ceremony, she flubbed a little bit while reading the teleprompter, and then she said fuck, which she wasn't supposed to say because it is a Disney Plus live event. And that's her right afterward realizing. She was like, fuck. Oh, it was cute. It was endearing. We loved it. And she also, I love that outfit too. That looks so cool. So there it is. Chapel, for the most part, had a pretty low-key year. Cardi definitely had a bigger year musically. But Chapel is really still riding that high from the boost that she got in 2024. You know, I mean, she was like the breakout artist of 2024. You know, Sabrina was also a breakout artist, but Sabrina had been, because she was on Disney Channel and stuff too, she was already a little bit more public. But big year for both of them. And they're both definitely still riding that high. All right, Cardi's taken the lead, but not by too much so far. All right, gap's widening. All right, I think we can call that for Cardi. Well, actually, I mean, the gap did just close a bit, so maybe I'll let it ride for a second. We'll go to the end of the song, maybe. Get your votes in if you haven't already. Your vote matters. Alright, I think we could just call that for Cardi. It's not moving too much. Alright. Cardi's going to the next round. Bye, Chapel. Alright, FKA Twigs versus Ethel Cain. So, Twigs. She released Eusexua on January 24th. So this was an early entry, and this is kind of a problem too. I mean, she did release the deluxe edition, which we'll talk about. Well, not deluxe, but like a side B, sort of a sister album. So that did help, but like for sure, I think there's a recency bias that was not working in her favor before she released Afterglow, because I think a lot of people kind of forgot that she released Eusexual because it was all the way back in January. But she released it on January 24th. It was number 24 on the Billboard 200, got an 87 out of 100 on Metacritic, 87 out of 100 on Album of the Year, ranked number 4 for the year-end rank on Album of the Year, 5 singles, 5 videos, features Corliss and Northwest, and then there was a new track list released on November 12th, and it's like a deluxe, or like a digital reissue with a different album cover but the same name, but some of the songs are removed and then there's some new songs on it. I still have not listened to the new version because I didn't have any need to. I was like, I liked the Eusexua album the way that it was. Whatever. People have been doing that. They'll do like the digital reissues. Gaga did it for Mayhem, and at least with Twigs, she put a different album cover on it. Gaga has the same fucking album cover. It's actually really annoying. But I'm sure people have done it. Everyone else that's done these digital reissues, though, they've just put they've just put new songs onto the album. I don't think I've ever seen anyone remove songs and put new ones on, and then she might have even just changed the track list order too. Like, it is just sort of like a new album in a sense. And I do think that's kind of weird. I do think that's like a little, I don't know. I don't know why it kind of bothers me, but it almost just feels like she wasn't confident about the first release, and I can't really understand why, because it was a very good album. I don't know why she would need to change the track list on it. Why she felt the need to do that. I don't know. I don't get it. I still don't. But I haven't listened to the new version. So maybe if I listened to the new version, I'd be like, you know what? She was right. She was right to do that. But it also still just feels like, well, if you weren't satisfied with the first track list, just wait. But I don't know. It was a strange thing to do. And then Eusexia Afterglow was released November 14th, 77 out of 100 on Metacritic, 77 out of 100 on Album of the Year. And then it was ranked 353 on the year-end rank for Album of the Year, with 4 singles and 4 videos already too, which she moved fast. I do think that, like, there were a lot of mistakes made in the first run of Eusexia with the promo. And I do think that, like, Afterglow really did help her rebound, because it is like a new album. Like, it's fully new material, lots of new songs, so it doesn't just feel like a kind of lazy deluxe edition or whatever. But it does, because it's like a sister album, it's a part of the same, like, Eusexia project, it does just kind of remind people of the Eusexia album. It kind of gave her like a redo in a way for the entire project's promo campaign. And then she also has Pink Pantheress on the new album, and she is featured in the OK Lou song Viscous, which I really do like that song. It was in my top 20 playlist that I put up on YouTube, and I linked it in the first stream's description. I'll try to put it into this stream's description as well. And then for performances, she did the Eusexia tour from March 13th to August 2023. Unfortunately, she canceled 8 of the opening shows from March and April, pretty like all the North America shows. She did still do a show in Chicago eventually, and then she did a show in New York. So she did do shows in America, but the first batch got canceled for visa issues, which was not good. But then she did do a lot of festival shows. She didn't do Coachella. That fucked her up majorly, I think. I think that was a big hindrance in the promo campaign, was skipping Coachella, because that's the festival that most people are like really paying attention to, and that would have given her the most publicity for the performances. But she did do other festivals. She did Lowland, she did Primavera Sound, and she did the Montreux Jazz Festival in July. So those were all very good shows, and like a good opportunity for her to have like a professional recording of what she was doing. And then she did a performance at the Mercury Prize event ceremony in October. And then promotional efforts, she did some interviews early in the year. Not a whole lot, though. She did the Countdown to Eusexia with Imogen Heap. She did Therapist with Jake Shane, BBC Radio 1, NPR. She did the Pitchfork Over and Under thing that they do. And then she did an interview with The Guardian. And then she did a few more interviews once Afterglow came out. So Rolling Stone UK and The Hollywood Reporter being highlights of that. And then other ventures, she did The Carpenter's Son, which was released on November 14th. I haven't heard great things about the movie, but she did get a lot of, she got high praise from her co-star Nicolas Cage, who I think said, he said that she was like the best actor he's ever worked with. And he even said, including Meryl Streep. I didn't see the movie, but good for her. Personal life, she did settle her lawsuit with Shia LaBeouf. Mostly I've been putting like photos up here, but I just did not want to put a photo of Shia LaBeouf on here. I didn't want his face on her slides. But that did happen, and it is a bummer in a way because it's like I just would have liked to see him be formally held accountable for what he did to her and his generally like abusive behavior. But ultimately, this was probably the best thing for Twigs, because going through these legal battles, it takes a lot out of you. So, but it sucks. He is just I don't know if you guys saw, there's like I don't even want to talk about it, actually. I don't want to talk about it. It's gross. But there was some photos of him and his current partner that made me very uncomfortable. Anyway, controversies throughout the year. So she did cancel the North American tour after failing to secure visas for the show, for visas for the, I don't know if it was her visa that she didn't secure or just stuff for the other people working on the tour. But it wasn't good. It's sloppy. For one thing, this is, I think, the first album that she's doing with no management. She doesn't have a manager. And there was one interview I saw where she was talking about it, and they were like, oh, Taylor Swift also doesn't have a manager. And Twigs was like, oh, well, I guess it's worked out pretty well for her, so hopefully it'll go the same. I'm like, yeah. You're not in comparable states of your career, for one thing. But then also, Taylor Swift doesn't have a manager. But she kind of does. She has two managers, and she calls them mom and dad. So, and she also just has, like, she clearly has a team that's working around the clock. It just, I do think maybe Twigs could get to a point where she didn't need management, but she's not there yet. She's a little too disorganized. She could use some help, and the visa thing was a big indication of that. And she kind of, there was the most recent interview I saw her do, she took a lot more responsibility, and she finally, like, said, like, ultimately it was on me, because it's my name on everything. I should have gotten everything together a little bit more. But there was a bit where she was really just being like, it wasn't my fault. I'm not the one in charge of the visas. I'm just the artist. It's like, yeah, but if you decided that you didn't want a manager, then it is up to you. I mean, even if you had a manager and your manager fucked it up, that's still your manager. That's the guy that you hired. But especially not having a manager, it's like, well, what did you think was going to happen? Someone has to secure stuff. So it was just bad. It was a bad way to handle it. And then also, she went onto her Discord, because she has a Discord, which people, you just shouldn't have a Discord at a certain point. You get to a certain level where it's like, you should, even if you have a Discord, maybe have a Discord and have, like, moderators running it so that your fans have a place to, like, talk about stuff. Don't go into the Discord. Don't talk to people in the Discord. But she did. She went into the Discord, and she was ranting and basically expressing frustrations at the people who were upset with her over the canceled shows, and called them, like, parasocial or something. And I was like, girl, come on. They bought a ticket to see you. You canceled the shows because of your own disorganized team. They have a right to be upset about it. It is your job to provide a service. You did not provide that service. That's not parasociality. They're not upset with you from a parasocial lens. They're upset at you from a consumer lens of, like, you promised to provide them a service that you did not provide. And for a reason that was very preventable. You know, it would have been one thing. I saw some people being like, oh, she's lying about the visa thing. It's just an excuse because she didn't want to do it or something. I'm like, if she was lying about the visas, she should have lied about something else. She should have made up a different excuse. She should have said that she was sick or something. Something where it was like more something that was out of her hands. Because the visa thing just makes her look sloppy as fuck. And it makes... I like FKA Twigs, and I'm not in a position at this point. I'm not paying for anybody's ticket to anything. Except for, like, girls that I'm fully standing because it's just too expensive. Well, that's not true. If a show came around and if it was, like, cheap enough, like, I did look at Demi Lovato's tickets and they look kind of cheap, so maybe I'll go see Demi. And maybe I'll have to check. The thing is that Twigs isn't coming to Detroit. She's doing a new tour, but I don't think she's coming to Detroit. Maybe she is? I don't think she was, though. I'm like, I'm not traveling. If they're not coming to Detroit, I'm not going. Unless it's someone that I, like, really stan. It's just too much money. So it's like, I wasn't going to put the money down to go see FKA Twigs anyway. But especially even if I had wanted to, at this point, would be a little bit apprehensive about, like, well, if she can't get her fucking visas together for the beginning of her tour in 2025 for one of her biggest, I think her actual biggest album, she's just a little too unreliable for me to feel secure buying a ticket and making plans. I got a life. I gotta go to work. I gotta take time off. So it wasn't good. It was very not good. And I almost think she should have just lied about it. I think she should have come up with some other excuse. But you know what? She was honest. She said exactly why she was canceling the shows, and I do respect that part of it. But she does need to get her shit together. But then there were some other things that she got criticized for. So one of them, she did an H&M ad, which people were upset about. I guess because of just her, I don't know. I was like, I don't follow FKA Twigs lore enough or watch her interviews enough to know, like, is that something that we thought that she would never do? Is she would never do an H&M ad? I did get upset at MIA. Back when I was, like, a huge MIA stan, that was kind of the first thing for me. When MIA started hawking H&M shit, I was like, girl, what are you doing? You're advertising, because MIA was such a, like, political artist. I was like, you're gonna hawk fast fashion and a brand that uses, like, sweatshops? What the hell? Other people do H&M ads and I don't even really think about it because they don't take those types of political stances in the first place. So I don't know. I mean, some of FKA Twigs' fans were upset about it, but I don't know how much she had ever really set an expectation that that's something that she would not do. But I don't know. Then she also featured North West in the Childlike Things song and video, which a lot of people really did not like. And I kind of understand why. But also I don't, because it's, again, the thing with Beyonce, where it's like everyone is okay with Beyonce's kids being and stuff. I know that in the Childlike Things, there also was some, like, cultural appropriation conversations, too, with North's verse. But it's also, I just saw people being upset that North West was in the video, period. And some of it was, like, a child exploitation thing, which I was like, okay, cool. But then also, it doesn't seem like a criticism that's being applied evenly across the industry. But then also, on top of it, I just saw people being upset about it because of, like, any association with the Kardashians. That they didn't like the fact that she was doing a song with North West because North West is the daughter of Kim Kardashian. And I just thought that was so unfair. I was like, but she's a child. We're gonna hold her to the sins of her parents? That's weird as fuck. And also weird, too, because it was like people were genuinely upset about the Kardashian association. But it's like, well, her name is Northwest. Is there another parent that might have a worse recent history publicly, you know? A little bit weird to be upset about her associating herself with a Kardashian and not Kanye West's child, when Kanye West is, like, an admitted Nazi at this point. I don't know. It just felt very weird. It felt like people just don't like the Kardashians and they're just taking it out on Northwest. I didn't like it. But I can't say I like the song that much. I don't think, it's definitely not my favorite song on the album. And then there was some AI accusations with the Eusexua album, not the Eusexua, but, well, probably with that one too, but with the Afterglow album cover, and then also with one of the more recent music videos. I don't remember which one. But I was like, it's not AI. Twigs denied it herself, and I even just looking at it, I was like, I never would have thought that it was AI. People are just looking for... they're on like a weird witch hunt with AI stuff in ways that is just really annoying. Because I never thought it looked like it was AI. And then upcoming nominations, she is nominated for Best Dance / Electronic Album. I do think it should go to her. Yeah, I think it should go to Eusexua. I would like to see Pink Pantheress win an award, and she is also nominated for this category, so I wouldn't mind if Pink Pantheress won it, but I think Pink Pantheress should have just won Best New Artist, but she's not nominated. So if this went to Pink, I would be okay with that, but I personally do think it should have gone to... it should go to Twigs. Then, got a lot of lists got a lot of mentions in year-end lists, so this is Eusexua, the original, so that got in Stereogum number 44, Pitchfork 42, Pace 39, Billboard 27, The Independent 15, Days 12, Rolling Stone 11, Pop Matters 8, New Yorker 7, Consequence of Sound 4, Telegraph 3, The Ringer 3, Entertainment Weekly 3, NME 3, Washington Post 3, and then Slant number 1. Then Afterglow also did get listed by Slant at number 13. The songs, Perfectly was Business Insider's number 7. Stereo Boy was Pace number 67. Drums of Death, which some of these, and I did this too, in my own, like, 20 songs of 2025. Technically, Drums of Death did come out in 2024, because it was a single that was released before the album, but it was a part of the 2025 album, so it's fine. We'll count it as a 2025 song. Viscous with OK Lou at number 4 for Dazed. Cheap Hotel, Clash number 5. Room of Fool, NME number 25. Girl Feels Good, Stereogum number 3. Hard, Pitchfork number 21. And the Los Angeles Times number 22. It was also ranked number 6 with Y'all, with 5.17% of the votes. Now, notable moments, there was this interview that she did for opening keynote at the RA Exchange. I don't even know what that is. She did some interview or like a keynote speech or conversation or something, and she said, "Where are the thinkers?" And a whole bunch of people were clowning on it. Especially on TikTok. People were comparing it to Jaden Smith and when he did the, like, can we talk about the socio-political state of the world right now? It is a little Jaden Smithy, but I don't know. I never really understood why this became such a thing. So I was like, well, I don't really know what she means by it, for one thing. I would have to I didn't watch the whole interview, so maybe she would clarify. But I don't think it's a inherently ridiculous question. I just don't know what exactly she means by it. I'm like, what was the era that she's comparing it to of when there were thinkers, and why does she feel like that era has I would have more questions, but I don't find it just immediately a ridiculous statement. Because I don't even know really what a thinker would be. Like, who's a thinker? I don't know. But it was probably a perfectly legitimate question, to be honest. But people memed on it. I didn't think it was that ridiculous. Moving on, Ethel Cain. So Ethel had a fairly big year, especially, I don't think a whole lot of people were aware of Ethel Cain prior to this year. So she released her album Perverts on January 8th. Now, I don't know if any of you have listened to Perverts. It's not like a traditional music album. It is, as stated here, experimental drone music. It is, for the most part, like... it's just kind of a bunch of sounds, in a way. It is genuinely not very musical. But that's okay. There's themes of perversion on it. That's why it's called Perverts. It did not chart, but it got a 76 out of 100 on Metacritic, a 78 out of 100 on Album of the Year. They did not even put it in the ranking for the year-end ranks. They decided just to not include it at all. There were 2 demos put onto SoundCloud additionally. And then she also, so her album Preacher's Daughter, which she released in 2022, it got released on vinyl this year in April, which prompted the album to hit number 10 on the Billboard 200, which is Ethel's first entry onto the chart for an album that came out 3 years ago. So that's pretty cool. What an accomplishment. Then her other album, Willoughby Tucker, I'll Always Love You, was released on August 8th. Got to number 14 on the Billboard 200, had an 83 out of 100 on Metacritic and Album of the Year, ranked number 42 for the year-end ranking on Album of the Year. It was a prequel to Preacher's Daughter because the whole thing... So first of all, Ethel Cain is her, like, stage name. Her name is Hayden. But it's like... And she goes by Hayden in a lot of, like, public stuff, like in interviews and stuff. They'll refer to her as Hayden. So it's a stage name, but it's more specifically like the name of a character. And Preacher's Daughter, it kind of tells a narrative of this character, Ethel Cain. And then Willoughby Tucker, I'll Always Love You is a prequel. It is kind of, it's the prequel to that narrative. So this is all a part of one, like, story. I actually don't, because I've never, like, I like a lot of the songs, but I've never really paid that much attention to the, like, overarching narrative, and I would like to. I would like to look into it. But, so, it is telling one big, long story, and the thing that I'm sort of curious about that is, like, since Ethel Cain, the name is the name of this, like, character in the story of this musical narrative that she is doing... I'm like, is she gonna retire the name at some point when she stops? Like, if she releases another album that's not in that same vein, that's not a part of the same narrative, is she just gonna go by Hayden? Or will she continue being known as Ethel Cain? Because I just feel like the name Ethel Cain is so iconic in and of itself. You know, it's like, that's how I think of her. Even though I know her name is Hayden, I think of her as Ethel Cain. Will someday she just not be Ethel Cain anymore? I don't know. I guess we'll have to find out. She released 2 singles, no music videos. Neither of the singles charted. And then she was also credited as a backup vocalist for Florence and the Machine's One of the Greats, because they are friends, and she played a big part in Florence's life when she was going through a lot of, like, medical stuff that is related to the album. So that's cool. And then she started the Willoughby Tucker Forever tour with 92 shows played. Like, this is a big fucking tour, especially for an artist that's not super big. But it started on August 12th. It's pretty much all theater shows, I think. Yeah, she plans for it to be a trilogy. The next album will be from the mother's perspective, Vera Cain. So will she still be publishing that, though, as Ethel Cain, or will that be published under the name Vera Cain? Yeah, and exactly. Is Perverts part of the story? It's under the name Ethel anyway. I don't know. I don't know. I guess we'll just find out. And then she did some promotional stuff. So she did a 55-minute spoken performance on NTS radio it's called The Pervert's Meditation. That was when she was after she released Perverts, obviously. Then she did some interviews. She did one with the New York Times Popcast, the New York Times, just the newspaper, W Magazine, The Guardian. She was on the cover of Cosmopolitan. And then she did the Genius Verified lyric explanation for the song Nettles, and she also did a Criterion Collection video. So she's been out there doing some stuff, but, you know, still not like a huge promotional campaign. She also, her other ventures, she is kind of like at this point a professional perfume critic. She uploaded a video onto her YouTube channel of her just like reviewing, she said, my collection of smell goods. It's an hour and 20-minute long video. And then she was a guest beauty editor for V Magazine to review more fragrances. So yeah, she's a professional perfume critic. And controversies. Controversial for some people. She hashtag kill more CEOs on an Instagram story in January to show her support for Luigi Mangione. And then Fox News called for a boycott, which was very funny. Especially because it's like, again, like Ethel Cain wasn't a huge artist last year, or just in general. She had more of like a cult following, and she still does. She's still not like massive. But for sure, her being featured on Fox News amplified her publicity to a large extent. And like, for what? Why would Fox News be calling on their viewers to boycott Ethel Cain? Were any of their viewers listening to Ethel Cain? I don't think so. Like, just making noise for no reason. It did not help their cause at all. It just amplified Ethel's public standing, and I love it. I hope they do it again. They also, something significant too, is they did not misgender her at all during their segment on her, and they didn't mention the fact that she's trans. I kind of think they didn't know. Or they just maybe, I mean, for one thing, I think a lot of Fox News' transphobic coverage is incredibly performative. I think a lot of people on that network are actually not as transphobic personally in their personal lives, but they know that it's like a hot topic thing for dumbass conservatives, so they'll lean into it. But I kind of think that probably the person putting together the segment just didn't even think about the fact that she was trans, even if they knew. Because I do think that their transphobia is incredibly performative. I think a lot of them probably, I mean, they work in the entertainment industry or like the media, and they know trans people. A lot of people in the media are not as homophobic or transphobic as they act like they are. I mean, they still kind of are, because they are putting trans people and gay people, queer people in danger, so they clearly don't care about queer people, and they don't feel a duty to protect them at all. But I also don't think that they actually hate them that much that they would be saying anything about queer people if they didn't know that it was good for their base. But whatever. She stood by her comments in a subsequent Tumblr post, as she should have. Of course. Because again, it's like, it's not like she was ever really at risk of getting boycotted by Fox News viewers. Why would she care? But then some problematic social media posts from 2017 and 2018 did resurface in July. She did a 2,000-word response a few days later, like a Google Doc that she put out. She apologized, but she also did say that there was a transphobic smear campaign against her, which it does seem like there was. Especially because it's like a lot of the stuff, the social media posts that came out, it wasn't like just tweets, because it's not like just something where you just scroll back into one social media account and find stuff. I mean, there were some tweets that resurfaced too, but it was a lot of stuff where it's like, you really would have had to dig for that. It's just, there was someone with an agenda putting that together, for sure. And then her Spotify was hacked around the same time, and that was bad. So, like, there were legitimate concerns that came up with some of the stuff that resurfaced, but just the fact that it resurfaced in the first place and the way that it resurfaced was incredibly suspicious. But, you know, it is what it is. It's a 2,000-word response that she published, so I can't go through all of it. And we did talk about it back when we talked about Ethel and Lana and their feud. But you can make your own opinion about that. And then All About Ethel by Lana Del Rey was teased on on Lana's Instagram around like when was it? It was like August, I think. There's a whole history behind this that we did a whole stream on it. It's called The Sad Girls Are Fighting. So I'm not going to go through all the lore now, but it basically centered around this photo. Alana had taken a photo with Jack Donahue, then Ethel took a photo with Jack Donahue, and then Alana took that as like a slight, and then also Jack Antonoff was involved, so Jack Antonoff produced the Lana song, and there's a lyric that Lana put in there. It says, "By the way, Jack said don't call him and take the other Jack's name out of your phone." Because Ethel had said at one point something about how she didn't have any interest in working with Jack Antonoff like all the other girls. It was whatever. And then there was the line about the most famous girl at the Waffle House, because that's something that Ethel was called in like a New York Times interview thing at one point. That was like the name of the article, is the most famous girl at the Waffle House, about Ethel Cain. And then Lana, after that, then did like a shift. She put on a uniform for the Waffle House and took some photos. And then everyone was reporting on that and was like, oh my god, Lana Del Rey works at a Waffle House now. So then that made Lana the most famous person at the Waffle House, which maybe seems to have been as like an intentional thing to make herself the most famous girl at the Waffle House instead of Ethel Cain. And that is kind of how it comes off in the snippet of the song that she put out, and it's kind of it's crazy. It's like psychotic. It's like super villain shit of like you did all that because Ethel Cain got called the most famous woman at the Waffle House. It comes off real crazy. And then Lana alleges that Ethel body shamed her on social media. There was no evidence found of that. Now, I think that there was some evidence of Ethel engaging in some body shaming stuff separately. So I'm not even necessarily doubting. Well, I don't know. Here's the thing. The people who were doing this like campaign against Ethel, they did go deep into her social media history, as did many people. Like, if she had ever said anything that was body shaming toward Lana, I just feel like we would have found it by this point. At the same time, though, Ethel has been a part of stan culture for a long, long time, and body shaming rhetoric is incredibly common in stan culture. And she has been a part of like toxic aspects of stan culture separately of that. So it's like, I don't doubt that was something she ever participated in. I mean, I know she participated in it in general. I don't know that she ever participated in it against Lana Del Rey specifically. But sure, she said body shaming stuff before. And it's also, again, it's like, it's stan culture, so it's nasty. And I'm not going to excuse that. But I also understand it because I'm a part of stan culture and I see the things that other people tweet, and it's like, yeah, there's a lot of toxic stuff that is very pervasive here. And Ethel Cain was involved in a lot of that. But then there was like one thing, because Lana had said something about she was comparing her to like cartoon creatures or something. So they did find one tweet that Ethel had made where she had taken a gif of Peter Griffin from Family Guy and then put lyrics of a Lana Del Rey song with the gif as like a caption. And so I'm like, is that what Lana took as Ethel body shaming her? Because I don't think that that's what she was doing. I think that she was just making a joke off of she was saying like, this is how, yeah, hands on my knees, I'm Angelina Jolie. I think she was just using that as like a gif of like, this is how I dance to that song. That is the way that I took it. Because I do stuff like that all the time. Like if I'm listening to music, I'll find like a reaction image or gif or something that like has the vibe of the song or like how I would dance to it or whatever, and I'll post that. And I'm like, I'm not saying that the artist looks like that person. That's a very weird leap to make. But I don't know. I don't know what Lana heard, because she also said that there was like some behind closed doors behavior that disturbed her. And I'm like, oh, I don't know what the fuck is happening there then. But based off of the stuff that we did find, I was like, I still don't quite know what Lana's problem was. But then the whole thing did really excite Nicki Minaj. She got involved in it. She was in like Twitter Spaces talking about it and talking about how much the whole thing like inspired Nicki to like go through Lana's discography for the first time, which was funny. But then she also found, it seemed like for a bit she was just taking Lana's side, and she wasn't really even taking a side like ideologically. She was just sort of excited by the fact that two women were fighting. Which I guess that is something that would excite her and she would find relatable. But then she got more endeared to Ethel because someone found a photo of Ethel holding up, you know, that poster of Nicki Minaj. It's like the American flag, but then there's Nicki Minaj. So Nicki was like, wait, is Ethel a barb? I love you, Ethel. It was very funny. Unfortunately, that's just not all that Nicki was up to this year. Otherwise, that would have been actually just really funny. If she just popped in just to be like, wait, what's going on with Lana Del Rey and Ethel Cain? But she did a hell of a lot more. And then Ethel's only real response thus far is going on to Instagram to say that Lana did block her. So, and the song also has not come out in full yet. There was just that one snippet on Instagram. But wow, what a commotion that caused. But it really did help Ethel's publicity. It's the same thing with like the Fox News thing, where I was like, most of your viewers didn't know who Ethel Cain was in the first place, so you're really just amplifying her like notoriety. And the same thing with Lana. I was like, I think there were probably already a lot of crossover fans, because for sure they have like similar cult followings. Lana's obviously much bigger. But Lana being much bigger and then making this hit against Ethel Cain got a whole lot of other people interested and was like, wait, who's Ethel Cain? So good for Ethel. Because that was the thing too, is that before I had put Ethel on the list of like possible nominees, but then once the Lana stuff happened, I was like, yeah, I think Ethel's going on the bracket. That really propelled her. But so the year-end list, Pervert, she did get listed for Paste at number 44 and Dazed at number 14. And then Willoughby Tucker, she was listed for Pop Matters at number 48, NME number 46, Paste number 44, The Guardian number 38, Slant number 31, and The Ringer number 10. Songs, Fuck Me Eyes was listed for The Fader at 30, Paste at number 20, and then Nettles, Pitchfork at 38, Clash at number 39, and Dazed number 2. Oh, fuck. Why does it keep... It's so sensitive. And then for y'all ranked her at number 8, tied with Jade and Rosalia with 3.2% of the votes. And then for notable moments, this is Zooey Deschanel dressed as Ethel Cain for Halloween, looking fantastic. But again, given Ethel that promo, that public exposure that she definitely wasn't getting last year. So, there it is. There was FK Twigs and Ethel Cain. This one is hard. I genuinely don't know. And I'm glad that I'm not voting. Oh shit, but oh. Alright, 40, 45. Oh, okay, Ethel is now in the lead. But FK Twigs had the lead at first, so let's give it a second. Get your votes in. Your vote counts. So far, Ethel is holding, but not by much, so I'm gonna let it play out a little bit longer. Again, get your votes in. Your votes count. All right. I'm gonna wait till the song ends. Because Ethel has such a narrow lead that I don't want to end it too early, but I do think it might be going to Ethel. All right, Ethel got it. Barely, but she got it. Congratulations, Ethel. All right, moving on to Bad Bunny versus Carly Rae. Interesting matchup for sure. All right, Bad Bunny, here we go. And I don't speak Spanish, so I'm gonna butcher a lot of these words, and I do apologize. So, Debí tirar más fotos, which translates to I should have taken more photos, was released on January 5th. So, another very early entry, like with Twigs. But Bad Bunny definitely did keep up the momentum a lot more than Twigs did. And he didn't even need to release a second album to do it. Debuted at number 2 on the Billboard 200, but it was released on a Sunday, so most albums obviously come out on Friday, so he lost like 2 days of streaming. And not just streaming, but like album sales too, so he almost certainly would have been number 1. 95 out of 100 on Metacritic, 90 out of 100 on Album of the Year. It was ranked number 4 in the year-end rank for Album of the Year. It had a lot of themes supporting Puerto Rico's independence. It had 5 singles, also a short film directed by Bad Bunny. It is a really, really adorable, not adorable, like that sounds condescending, but like, it is adorable. It's got a tiny little frog in it. I loved it. It's a very sweet, short film. And the thing that I really do like about it too is like when artists release short films for their albums, they just mean long music videos with like multiple songs in it. There's no music videos in this. Like there is a little bit of like a Bad Bunny song that you can hear in like a car going by, but it is just genuinely a short film. It is very rooted around like Puerto Rico and the gentrification of Puerto Rico. It is both like sad, but also just genuinely moving and kind of uplifting too. It is just a really good short film, completely separate of the album. It is a very moving piece. And then some of the characters in the short film were then carried over and they appear in the music video. So it is kind of like creating this own little world. It's really cool what he did with it. And here's the thing. In general, we don't stan men because men don't put in the work that the girlies do. Bad Bunny is one of the few men that puts in the work, you know? There is genuinely like a full album campaign. The work is also pretty spectacular in and of itself, you know? He's putting out like top top tier albums and then also promoting them in a significant way. So already it's like, yeah, Benito is one of the girls. He really is. And so we do have to kind of give him points for that, of like, men generally don't need to do the amount of work that women do. And he's doing it anyway. All 17 of the songs did chart on the Hot 100. He is now the first Latin artist to, not even now, he will forever be the first Latin artist to attain over 100 songs on the Hot 100. And then he is also the 11th artist with the most chart entries. The Ballet Inolvidable, yeah, that one I really cannot pronounce. It was released on January 9th. Some of these, so there were also some singles released in 2024. So we're not including those, but there were already some songs that got pre-released for the album. That was number 3 on the Billboard Hot 100, and then DTMF was number 2. It's like the title track, essentially. It just, is an abbreviated title. EOOU, I don't know what that means. That was number 24 on the Billboard Hot 100. Nuevo, number 8. That one also had a music video released on July 4th. I really like that song. I think that's my favorite on the album, but the whole album is good. Vo Aliverte Pa... I don't know. I don't know how to pronounce that at all. Number 17 on Billboard, Perfumita Nuevo. Number 31, Weltita. Number 32, Velda. Number 23. I do just want to learn Spanish, but I don't know how. Like, what is the best way to learn? Because I feel like there's like Duolingo and stuff, but I feel like that's for people that already know and then like are practicing. But is there like an app that will actually teach me? Or do I have to actually like go to a class? Because I can't do that. And he was the most streamed artist in the world on Spotify. It's been him and Taylor kind of dueling throughout the entire 2020s, but he's got one more than she does, I think. I think she was the top artist in the world for 2 years, and he's been the top artist for 3. And then he did a residency in Puerto Rico. From July 11th to September 20th. The tickets for the July dates were only available for purchase in person at ticket sale places by Puerto Rican residents. And then the final show was also only available to be attended by Puerto Rican residents. But that one was live streamed on Amazon Prime and Twitch on the 8th anniversary of Hurricane Maria. And it was significant that he did it in this specific time frame because Puerto Rico gets, like, their economy is very reliant on their tourist economy. But during hurricane season, obviously the people who come to Puerto Rico as tourists really drops off. But because he did this show and this residency within that window during hurricane season, he boosted the local economy by like $250 million. So that was really cool. And cool too that it's like he managed to do both. He made something that was just for Puerto Rican locals with all the July dates, and then the final show only being available to people who are residents of Puerto Rico, but then also opened it up to residents of anywhere, which then brought the tourists into Puerto Rico again during hurricane season. So like very smart from a marketing perspective, and also from just like an actual like humanitarian like he's helping, you know? He's actually like doing something that is really positive for the place that he grew up and that he still lives in. And so then he launched the world tour in November 21st, with no US dates, which was not even so much of like a political stance or anything. It was, he said, just a fear that his shows were going to get made into a hotspot for ICE arrests, which I think he was probably right. That was the right decision for him to make. So that, I mean, it sucks for his US fans, but what are we gonna do? We're gonna risk people's lives in this country, because they ICE would almost certainly be at his shows. So originally there were 24 dates, but due to overwhelming demand, he had to expand it to 57. It had record-breaking sales for a Latin artist. He also performed on The Tonight Show with Jimmy Fallon. He seems to really like Jimmy Fallon. He is not constantly, but he's just often on Jimmy Fallon's show. Oh, and I also want to say, because I don't think that song was mentioned in these other ones. Oh yeah, it was actually. But this isn't, I just put the ones in here that had Wikipedia pages, because that was where I was pulling my data from. So, but there were more songs than just these that charted, because it was the whole album that charted. So I should just say that. And then he also did an iHeartRadio Music Awards performance and the NPR Tiny Desk concert. He co-hosted The Tonight Show with Jimmy Fallon in January. He did various interviews, the New York Times Popcast, The Late Show with Stephen Colbert. He did Hot Ones. He was really fun on Hot Ones. That was him getting his ice cream, which he was very excited about. He was real cute. And then he did some magazine covers with The Cut, Variety, Dazed, and he hosted Saturday Night Live in October. He also starred in Happy Gilmore 2, which was released on Netflix July 25th. I watched the movie. I hated the movie. I did like him in the movie, but I did not find the rest of the movie very, very funny. Not my humor, but he was good in it. He was very charming. And then he also starred in something called Caught Stealing. I don't even really know what that is, but it was released on August 29th. Fuck. So controversies. So again, these are like controversies, but it's really just he's in the right. So there was some backlash for the fact that he is going to be doing the Super Bowl, which I can't include him doing the Super Bowl here because that's going to happen next year. But the announcement certainly caused some discourse from racist people, primarily, almost exclusively, really. People saying that, like, I mean, there's like Tommy Lawrence saying that he's not an American citizen, but he is. Puerto Rico is an American territory. It's not a state. So, and that's the fucked up thing, is like, if you live in Puerto Rico, you can't vote for like the presidency or anything. But I mean, you could move to a state, and if you get residence in a different in a state on the mainland, then you can. So it's like he is a resident of the United States. He just isn't a resident of the mainland United States. And yeah, I mean, the Puerto Rico status is very strange. And he also did get backlash from some Puerto Rican activists who are pro-statehood. You know, I can't really speak on it because I'm not Puerto Rican, and I just don't know the history that well. From what I understand, mostly from this album, quite honestly, and like hearing what he had to say about it, and then what other people were saying about the album, and like where he's not explicitly anti-statehood on the album, but he also kind of is. Like, there's a song about how he doesn't want Puerto Rico to follow the path of Hawaii, which Hawaii did get given statehood. So it's like, that's kind of an explicit endorsement of like no statehood. But like from what I understand from the way that he's talked about it, and like looking at some other people who have talked about it, I'm like, yeah, I think that they should just be an independent nation. But the thing is that a majority of Puerto Ricans at this point have voted have indicated a pro-statehood stance, but that number is declining. There was a much stronger push for statehood years ago, but especially since the first Trump administration and the way that Hurricane Maria was handled, the support for statehood has seemed to have been dropping significantly, especially with younger people. So I can't speak on it. I don't know enough about it. But look, where Bad Bunny leads, I will follow. So, and that's the thing about being a pop star, is you do have a lot of influence. I don't know much about Puerto Rico, but if Bad Bunny's pro-independence, then so am I. I'm malleable. And I trust him. Accolades at the American Music Awards, he won Favorite Male Latin Artist and Favorite Latin Artist. He won a lot of other awards too. Because I am an American, I feel like I wouldn't even know where to draw the lines over like what awards and everything are significant in other places. So that's why I'm including the Brit Awards, because I've seen enough of like the Brit Awards to kind of understand the importance of the Brit Awards. But for the most part, I keep the accolades and stuff relegated to American award shows. But he did still win those. I mean, I'm sure he's also winning elsewhere because he is the biggest artist in the world. But he won the American Music Awards Favorite Male Latin Artist and then Favorite Latin Artist, because I guess they have two categories, one that's gendered and one that's not. And then at the iHeartRadio Music Awards, he won Latin Pop / Urban Song of the Year. And then for his upcoming nominations at the Grammys, he is nominated for Record of the Year, Album of the Year, Song of the Year, Best Musica Urbana Album, Best Global Music Performance, and Best Album Cover. Personally, I am a little monster, so I do always kind of want Gaga to win. I do think Bad Bunny should win Album of the Year. But as long as it goes to either Bad Bunny or Lady Gaga, I'll be okay. If it goes to anybody else, though, I'm gonna be pissed. I don't even know who else is nominated. He was listed on quite a lot of year-end lists for the album. So Pace, number 37, Stereogum, number 35, Consequence of Sound, or actually it's just called Consequence now. Consequence, 29, Slant, 29, The Guardian, 8, Los Angeles Times, 6, Pitchfork, 5, NME, 5, Time, 5, Dazed, 5, The Fader, 4, The Independent, 4, Vulture, 3, Entertainment Weekly, number 2, Business Insider, 2, Pop Matters, 2, Rolling Stone, 1, and Billboard, 1. Songs, DTMF was in Paste for number 65, The Fader number 35, Complex 25, Stereogum 23, Billboard 15, how is it? Nuevoil? Pitchfork 11, USA 7, Billboard 3, Ballet Inolvidable? I don't know. The Guardian, number 19, NME, number 10, Complex, number 6, Rolling Stone, number 4, and Los Angeles Times, number 1. With y'all, he ranked number 9 with 2.71% of the votes. And the notable moments, there was a viral moment where he was, like, hopping, and then he seemed to really hurt his knees. And the joke around that was like, wow, he actually is a bad bunny. He is bad at hopping. Terrible form. And then also that's John Hamm at one of the Puerto Rico residency shows. Hamming it up. And then we have Carly Rae Jepsen. So this one, if I'm being honest, I probably wouldn't have put Carly in here because she didn't do much this year. But this one was up to y'all. Y'all voted and you put her in here. And I understand why. We do have a very pro Carly Rae Jepsen community, which I appreciate because I am a pro Carly Rae Jepsen girly. I am a stan. This one is, when I was doing the slides, I was like, this does just stand out as like the person who did the least. So Emotion, the 10th anniversary edition, was released October 17th. It had 4 new songs, 2 new remixes, and then Cut to the Feeling was added to the track list because it had been a side B song. And then she did the Emotion 10th anniversary performance at the Troubadour on August 29th, one night only. And then it was a 500 person capacity, so barely anybody was there, but it was a performance of the entire album Emotion in order. That's the only performance she did this year. And then they also released a mini doc on YouTube on November 7th. It was like 8 minutes long. God damn, why is it so sensitive? And then also she got married to Cole MGN. He's a producer. He produced some of her songs. He produced So Right, which is a great song. And she announced her first pregnancy on November 3rd. And there she was. Y'all put her here. All right. Yeah, every year is a Carly year. That is true. We do love you, Carly. But there she was. No. Who voted for Carly? Be serious. I think we're gonna end it there. Oh my god! Alright. Oh my god, I was about to put Bad Bunny down here. Shit. Alright, Bad Bunny. Goodbye, Carly. We do love you. Thank you for participating. Okay, there it is. Bad Bunny. Now we've got Billie versus Gaga. And I'm neutral on this. I have no preference. So, Billie didn't release any new music this year. Her album that she released last year did continue to do really well. I think she broke some sort of Spotify records or something, or some sort of Billboard record from Hit Me Hard and Soft that she released last year, but she didn't release any new music this year. So she's mostly been performing. She's been on the Hit Me Hard and Soft tour, which was finished November 23rd. The 3D concert film, which she is co-directing with James Cameron, is in production. I mean, it's in post-production now. And I did see it because it's like, we're not going to count really the 3D movie because it's not going to come out till March of next year. But the trailer was released, and when I went to see Avatar in 3D, I did get to see the trailer for the concert film in 3D, which was exciting. I'm very much looking forward to that. I can't wait for that to come out. And then, yeah, she broke the record for a single event attendance in Prague on June 1st. And she also had this like eco-village thing at her UK shows where she like showed a short film about climate change prior to the concert, and there was there was vegan food. It's a very like eco-friendly thing that she's doing. She cares about the environment. Then she did perform at the Grammys this year. She did Birds of a Feather, and then the iHeartRadio Music Awards with Wildflower, and she also did the 2025 Fire Aid event thing. She did a few songs there. Fuck! Why is it so sensitive? Promotional efforts. She did some interviews. Wall Street Journal, Complex, CBS Sunday Morning. She also did a Q&A with Ariana Grande, which was really more promotion for Wicked than anything else, but it was nice to see her out doing something with another pop girly. She seemed a little, I don't want to read too much into it, but I kind of got, and she has a boyfriend anyway, but I did kind of get the feeling that she might have a little bit of a crush on Ariana. There was something about the vibe where I was like, oh, she seems smitten. But I probably would be too if I were in front of Ariana Grande. And also, Billie once said that thing about how she gets like nervous around beautiful women, and she's being honest. I've seen it multiple times where when she's talking to a beautiful woman, she does seem to get a little nervous. And then she also did the May 2025 cover of British Vogue. Other ventures, she released Your Turn, a perfume, in February, and then she released Your Turn 2 in November. I've never actually smelled any of her perfumes, but I know that she's into it. And she also released an Uno deck, which is fun. Personal life, she is dating Nat Wolff of Naked Brothers band fame. And then controversies this year. So some people were upset about the only vegan food offered at the 6 shows in London. I don't know. I would have to look at the menu myself to know, like, was it really that limiting? You know, like, there's a lot of good vegan food. And I could understand if it was like, the options were so limited that people who had specific dietary needs weren't able to get food at the shows. But I just also... it's like, I don't know. I'd have to look at the menu to say how severe I thought the problem was. But it's like, well, are you just upset that you didn't have the opportunity to eat animal products? Because I just think that there's enough vegan food out there that, like, even if you have some dietary needs, you can probably find something that you're able to eat. And I don't think that you're necessarily entitled to have animal products at every place you go. But I don't know. Maybe it was limited enough that people who actually have a lot of specific dietary needs were kind of fucked. But I don't know. I mean, if you have such specific dietary needs, I feel like you would maybe even already be in the habit of figuring out your own meal plans before you go somewhere. But I don't know. I'd have to see. I'd have to look at the menu. And then she called out billionaires at the Wall Street Journal event, and then was like called a hypocrite because she also is rich, but she's not a billionaire. There's just such a huge difference between a billionaire and a multimillionaire. And then even at that event, she donated $11.5 million. So she did like put her money where her mouth was. She donated a fuck ton of money. She made it even harder for herself to become a billionaire. But she also, there's no way she ever even could become a billionaire because it's $1 billion is like a lot of money. Yeah, the Swifties have been on her back lately. The Swifties have a way of making everything that Billie Eilish says about Taylor Swift, because when she was criticizing people in their album variants, people immediately were like, oh, she's talking about Taylor. Which is kind of ironic, too, because I feel like the Swifties are always defending the album variants and being like, everyone does album variants. It's not just Taylor. But then as soon as Billie criticizes people doing album variants, they're like, she's calling out Taylor. It's like, well, but I thought everybody does them. And they do. And I don't think that she was specifically naming Taylor. And the same thing with, like, there are multiple other billionaires. I mean, she specifically called out Elon Musk on Instagram. She didn't do that with Taylor Swift. So I do think that, like, her war against billionaires is quite a lot bigger than just one other pop star. And then people were also calling her a hypocrite because I guess James Cameron was recently reported to now be a billionaire, which, okay, just because she did a concert film with him, that means that she can't criticize billionaires in general because she knows one? The fuck? She was correct. She was right. You just shouldn't have $1 billion. And it's not even... With Taylor, I don't know enough about Taylor's finances and where all of her billions are coming from. Her catalog is worth a lot of money, so that is an asset that she owns that is contributing to her net worth significantly, to the point where I would say, like, I mean, it's not like money that Taylor Swift has in her bank account, so I don't know how much I can even say that it's like Taylor's fault that she has $2 billion or whatever, because so much of that is just coming from her owning the asset of her masters. But where it's like, okay, whatever personal responsibilities we can criticize people for having $1 billion, I don't think that our world and our economic system should be set up in a way where anyone can earn that amount of money. Personally, I think that there should be an income. I think there should be a max income. I think that once you have a certain amount of money, you should just not be able to make more. Like anything else, any other money you earn just immediately gets taxed. Like at 100%. But whatever. I'm not an economist or whatever. I'm not gonna. I don't have like a specific economy plan, but I just think that no one should have $1 billion, and I think that she's right to say that. Even if she was making it more personal, like you should give away your money. It's like no one. Yeah, it's like maybe there's a more systemic way to address the problem. But also, I think that it just is good for people to be calling out the fact that billionaires exist in the first place. We should all be outraged by that. When people don't... When there are people that are homeless, and everyday average people, like working class people, that can't even like afford health insurance and can't afford medical procedures, when that's happening in the world, no one should be able to have $1 billion. Not even in the world, in our country. When that shit is so pervasive in America, you shouldn't be able to have $1 million. That's it. Done. What the fuck? Okay, and then accolades. Oh my god. American Music Awards, Artist of the Year, Favorite Female Pop Artist, Favorite Touring Artist, Album of the Year, Favorite Pop Album, Song of the Year, Favorite Pop Song, Brit Awards, Song of the Year, iHeartRadio Music Awards, Album of the Year, MTV Video Music Awards, Song for Good, that was for Guess, with Charlie. And then upcoming nominations, she is nominated for Record of the Year and Song of the Year for Wildflower, even though the song came out on the album that was nominated for a bunch of stuff in 2024, or the 2025 Grammys. Technically, Wildflower was made a single in February of this year, so it is eligible. I don't wish for it to win, but good for her. And then notable moments, her calling Elon Musk a fucking pathetic pussy bitch coward. She was right and she should say it. Also, she did get grabbed at one of her concerts. Some guy, like, just kind of grabbed her and she sort of, like, fell to the ground a little bit. And then another woman, like, ran after him. And we got multiple angles of it. It was scary. Okay, well. Here's another artist. Her name is Lady Gaga. Hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. So she released an album called Mayhem on March 7th. It debuted at number 1 on the Billboard 200, had an 84 out of 100 on Metacritic, a 78 out of 100 on Album of the Year. It ranked number 28 on the year-end rank for Album of the Year. It did have a digital reissue on September 1st with the same fucking album cover and the same name, so I have to check the track list every time I go to it to be like, is this the one with the other songs on it? And it is considered a return to form. Chromatica was kind of considered that as well, but, you know, it was like at Chromatica, it had been so long since she had really done a full pop album that I think everyone's standards were a little bit lower. Because looking back, it's like Chromatica was just fine. But Mayhem was a genuine return to form. Mayhem is like, she's back. She's fully fucking back. So Abracadabra was released on February 3rd. It had the song and the video premiered during the 2025 Grammy Awards, during like a commercial break, sponsored by MasterCard. critical acclaim. It got number 13 on the Billboard Hot 100. A new choreographer, Paris Gobel. And it was this year the number 1 music video on Vivo. Which Vivo is, people don't really pay attention to Vivo anymore, but it is still like the service thing that is hosting all of these like music videos. So like essentially she had the number 1 music video on YouTube. That's not how it's like calculated, but it was the number 1 music video of the year. Okay, just so we're all clear. And then she also released Dead Dance on September 3rd. The music video was directed by Tim Burton. I wasn't a huge fan of that video, to be honest with you. I had higher expectations for the whole like it is directed by Tim Burton thing. But it was just fine. And then it also, it hit number 40 on the Billboard Hot 100. Supposedly, Dead Dance was supposed to be on the original Mayhem track list, but then she, like, held off on putting it on Mayhem so that they could use it for the Wednesday promo. That's supposedly what happened. I don't know. I mean, that is kind of... That was nice of her. It's not my favorite song on the album, though, so it really, I didn't miss it on the original track list. But then some other songs, because those are the only songs that she made singles this year. She did also do Disease last year, but that was last year, so that doesn't count for this year. But not really a whole lot of singles from this album. She released Garden of Eden. I mean, the Garden of Eden is on the album, so she didn't, like, release it separately. But it was previewed 2 days before the album came out in an F1 ESPN commercial, so we got like a little snippet of it. It hit number 52 on the Billboard Hot 100. Perfect Celebrity hit number 81. Vanish Into You hit number 61. And Killa hit number 93. Love Drug hit 95. How Bad Do You Want Me at number 69. Shadow of a Man was number 2 on the Billboard Bubbling Under. And then Zombie Boy was number 85. Then Year in Performance, she headlined Coachella in April. Critical acclaim. Everyone was saying that it was one of the best Coachella performances ever. There was a debate over like whether or not her performance or Beyonce's performance from, what was it, whatever year Beychella was. There was a debate about who had the top one, and I think they're both brilliant. I don't wish to compare them. But the conversation did happen. She then did the Copacabana Beach in May with a record-breaking attendance for a, both for a female artist and also for like a solo headlining performance. Because Rod Stewart still has the record-breaking attendance, but his show was more of like a festival kind of thing. There were other performers performing that day or that weekend or whatever. So Gaga is the only one that was like, she was the only headliner. She was the only one performing. So she has the record-breaking attendance for that with an estimated 2.5 million people. How they estimate those things, I don't know. It's like, how accurate is that? I have no idea, but I'm happy for her to have the record, so I'll just take it and I won't question it. She also did stadium shows with Mexico and Singapore. And then she did, so those are all like promo performances. These are all before the actual tour, though they are very similar. The Coachella performance and the Copacabana Beach and the Mexico and Singapore stadium shows were all very similar to what the Mayhem Ball would be. But the Mayhem Ball is different. It is an expansion of those other performances. So the Mayhem Ball started July 16th. It will go into April of 2026. It is a sold-out tour. Critical acclaim. It is called The Art of Personal Chaos. That's like the theme kind of the show. That's the narrative. It has art pop songs on the set list for the first time since art pop came out. She had kind of just seemed to want to forget that album even existed, but they're fucking back now. No Chromatica songs on the set list, notably, but oh well. She did do Rain on Me, like an acoustic version at some shows, so there was some Chromatica representation, but not much. And she also, there are a few gimmicks, so she would do like a surprise acoustic song, a surprise encore song. She had different colored sashes for every show. I don't really know why. I guess just to do something different, but I'm like, what is the significance of the sashes? I still don't know. And then in Intrusive Dead Dance, once Dead Dance came out, she would do this thing where she would just start doing like the choreography and the dance on the chorus just in the middle of the show at various points. Like she's even like interrupted songs to just start doing the dead dance. It is very fun. It's you never know when she's gonna break out the dead dance. Adds a little excitement. It is the highest grossing tour of her career. It is not the highest grossing tour of the year. Beyonce had that, but that's also like Gaga was never going to get that because Gaga was doing arenas. These are all arena shows rather than stadiums. So she never really had the opportunity to sell as many tickets as like a stadium tour. But it was the highest grossing tour of her career, which, you know, it's just evidence that like she's back at her peak. There was a question of like, can she get that spark back from, you know, 2012 or whatever with the Born This Way ball? Or even Art Pop. I mean, Art Pop was considered a flop at the time, but she was definitely a more active pop star back then. And for a while, it just seemed like she didn't have her heart in the game when it came to her pop albums. Even when she released, like, Chromatica, she did tour it, but she didn't promote it very much. And even the tour was a very small tour. And with Joanne, it's like, ugh. Just not really a fan of that album. And then, you know, she had the jazz albums and the soundtracks, and she was doing movies. This is her first big return to pop music, to pop stardom. And there was a question about how well it was going to go, and it went pretty well. It's my bitch. She also performed at the 2025 Grammy Award. She did California Dreamin' with Bruno Mars. Because this was like right after the fires, so they wanted to do something in tribute to California, and they could not do Die With a Smile. And then she performed on SNL. These performances were so, especially Killa. The Killa performance is so fucking good. I watched that the other night and I was like, God damn, I forgot how fucking good this performance was. Oh, the Killa performance was so good. She also did an acoustic set on the Howard Stern Show. She did Perfect Celebrity and Abracadabra. I love the Perfect Celebrity got a little something. She also did Netflix's Tadum for like Wednesday promo. She did Zombie Boy and Abracadabra. And then she did a YouTube broadcast event that was just for, like, I don't know, like, business people who are there for, like, networking and shit. People in suits. So they got to see the performance. There's no professional recording of it whatsoever. Pisses me off. Especially because she did a whole, like, there's new outfits, there's a whole new stage setup. It was a fully different performance than she had done anywhere else throughout the year, and there's no professional recordings of it. But oh well. She also did a Super Bowl performance, not the halftime show, but like something before the halftime show. She did Hold My Hand, which is the song she did for that Top Gun movie. And she won an Emmy for that. A sports Emmy, but an Emmy nonetheless. So she currently has an EGOT. She needs a Tony Award, and then she's an EGOT winner. She's already got the Emmy, she's got the Grammy, she's got the Oscar. She just needs the Tony. And then she did the Fire Aid performance, which there was like the Fire Aid concert. She closed it with this god-awful song that she wrote with her fiance Michael, and it's sweet. It's nice that they wrote a song together, and it was a lovely gesture. I have no interest in hearing that song ever again, but I love that she wrote it. It's the thought that counts in this instance. And then she also performed at the VMAs, which it was pre-recorded from the night before the VMAs at Madison Square Garden, where I was in attendance. I was there for the VMA performance. I have to say, I don't love the way that it looks on the actual VMA broadcast. I think the coloring is a little weird, and also the audio mixing was bad. But it was really iconic in person. I was really feeling it in the moment. And I wish that that the people running the VMAs had their shit together more so that I could properly remember that performance with a good broadcast. But oh well. At least I have the memory. And then she did The Late Show with Stephen Colbert, where she did a new version of Vanish Into You. It sounds fantastic. And then she also, on Christmas Eve, on her YouTube channel, released Lady Gaga in Harlequin Live, One Night Only, which is a performance that she recorded in 2024 that had... everyone kind of assumed that she had just forgotten about and was never going to release, but she did. She released it for free on YouTube, and also fans were emailed an unlisted link like an hour before the public premiere, which I thought was very nice of her, especially because she had been pissing me off with that mailing list for a while, because it's a mailing list that I was on because I obviously am a little monster, so I signed up for the mailing list because I was like, I want to be updated on music. And then for a few years, she was sending me House Labs ads with that mailing list, which I thought was a little fucked up. That's not what I'd signed up for the mailing list for. Please stop selling me makeup. Now, did I buy the makeup? Yes. Is it good? Yes, it's great. Okay, it's my favorite foundation and my favorite concealer. But she was still fucked up for that. So she owed it to me. She owed me an unlisted link for a live performance. Thank you for that. And then she did do various interviews. So Late Night with Stephen Colbert, Good Morning America, The Howard Stern Show, Las Culturistas, Hot Ones, ASMR video. She did multiple ASMR videos. She did this one by herself, and then she also did another one later for Wednesday. So I think she really does actually just like doing the ASMR videos. And then she also did a Spotify Little Monsters press conference, which is cute. Not like a whole lot of interviews, but definitely more than she's done for a while. It was nice to see her out there. She also hosted Saturday Night Live. She did a Dress to Impress collab, and she did a few magazine covers. She did Elle and Rolling Stone, and she's been making a lot of TikToks. She's not just making a lot of TikToks, she's also she's like always liking people's TikToks. She's always commenting. That bitch is on TikTok all the goddamn time. She used to be on Twitter a lot, but I guess she's moved to TikTok. And then other ventures, she did her guest appearance on Wednesday. It's like 2 minutes long. She played Rosalind Rotwood. She did hella fucking promo for that. She's in the show for literally like 2 minutes, and because they said, they're like, oh, well, she didn't have a lot of time. She's busy, you know. She's not. She only had so much time to be on set, and it's like, well, she had a lot of fucking time to do promo. How did she spend more time doing that for a show that she's in for 2 minutes of? But maybe she'll be in the show more in the upcoming seasons. I don't watch it. My dad does. My dad was very excited. He's like, well, now you gotta watch it. And I was like, I don't know. I think I'm good. And then she's still running House Labs. And I did actually really like some of the promos she put out this year, because House Labs has been very, like, tame, especially with their ads and their marketing. It never really felt like totally Gaga-ish in a way that was pretty odd, because it's like, it's a makeup brand and she wears makeup all the time. Why is it not a little bit more theatrical? But this year she actually did kind of step it up. She did a whole thing for the foundation where she was like covering herself in foundation. It felt very like art pop coded, very similar to stuff that she was doing on Art Pop. And the foundation is good. It is a very good foundation. In her personal life, she got engaged to Michael Polanski. Well, she got engaged last year, but she's still engaged. And he is definitely like a big part of her life, like in her career. He was the one that encouraged her to do, to like make another pop album. He like made an entire studio in their house. So I will build statues in your honor, Michael. And they're very cute. And this is the thing too, is like, I get so annoyed with Taylor for the amount that she brings Travis up in her work, and the amount, I mean, she like fully was like thanking him in an acceptance speech at one point for Fortnite in a way that just felt so strange. But like Gaga talks about Michael all the time, and in a way where I'm like, oh, that's so nice. And it's not because I have that much of a bias toward Gaga. If Gaga was talking about Michael the way that Taylor was talking about Travis, I would be so annoyed. I would just hate it. But that's my evidence of like, I don't have a bias against pop stars having lovers and having fiancés and boyfriends and people that they care about. Like, I'm fine with them having love in their life. That's not my issue with Taylor and Travis. In fact, I love Benny and Selena together. I think they're so cute. So it's like, there's definitely a difference with how one girlie is marketing her relationship and making her relationship a center point of her career, and the way that these other girls are, where it actually just seems like their fiancés are genuinely supportive. And Travis, I do think, is genuinely supportive. Again, I think Taylor's kind of the problem there with how she's talking about it. Travis kind of hasn't done anything wrong, I hate to say. But it's like, if we could just take a page out of this book of like a proper, appropriate amount to credit your fiance for your work, and even then, I think Gaga is sometimes going overboard. Like she was like, Michael has songwriting credits on Mayhem that I quite honestly don't think that he actually really wrote anything on Mayhem, but I think that she was just so excited that he was so supportive, in the fact that he built her a studio in the house, that I think she just wanted to be like, oh my god, he gets credits for everything. And I love that for her. I love that she's so excited. And there's like a moment in when she's singing Love Drug that's so adorable, where she's singing, and like right before she does the high note, she goes, hey, Michael! It's just real cute. I love it. But then her dad sucks. Her dad is really, really awful. He's on Fox News like all the time. After Zoran Mamdani won New York, when he was elected mayor, he was on Fox News being like, he's gonna ruin the city. And he's always getting credited as Lady Gaga's father. And I'm like, can you just stop? Just say Joe Germanata. We don't have to bring her into this, please. Oh, another thing too. I almost put this in here, but I forgot. Her sister, she's been supporting her sister recently because her sister is a fashion designer. And there was a video going around Twitter the other day of an interview that Natalie did. Natalie's her sister. And people were talking about how they've never heard Natalie speak before, but her speaking voice is very similar to Gaga's. And this is a thing that I've thought for a while, and I saw other people mentioning it when they were talking about Natalie. I have never heard Michael speak. I do not know what his voice sounds like at all. And I've tried. I've looked at her TikToks and stuff to be like, can I hear him in the background somewhere? Any like interview or anything where he's around, I'm like, where he does talk, right? Have we heard him speak at any point? Does anyone know? Is there any footage of Michael speaking? I'm not sure. I couldn't find anything, but I would like to know what his voice sounds like. So I will be eagerly awaiting any footage of him talking. Controversies. The ticket prices. Not even really the ticket prices that I think her team set, but the fact that her team did not get dynamic pricing turned off on Ticketmaster, which caused the ticket prices for the Mayhem Ball to be absolutely unreasonable. And this is something that continues to affect me, because I would really like to see the show again, but I just cannot afford those fucking prices. Like, literally cannot afford them unless I like took out a new credit card. Which I won't do. Probably. But I would like for something to be done about this. Also, she did have to reschedule a show in Miami due to vocal strain, which that part's not even really the part that caused the most controversy. It's the fact that she canceled the show not very long before it was supposed to start. It was, I don't even know what the exact timeline was, but it was within a few hours. Maybe even within like 1 hour. I don't know. It caused a whole commotion. And it does suck. It does suck that she didn't cancel earlier, but I think she probably was trying to push through. But it just didn't work out, you know? It was bad. But they did, I'm pretty sure they've already rescheduled the show. So it wasn't fully canceled. My Born This Way Ball show was fully canceled. Just saying. Okay, there's no rescheduling for that one. But she broke her hip, so it's okay. But yeah, I feel for the Miami stans, especially anyone that like traveled there. It does really suck. But she did reschedule, and also my show was like the next show, and so I was like, you know what? If she has to take some vocal rest, then we should let her do that, because I would like for her to perform my show. Oh my god, if she'd canceled again on me, whew, I would have forgiven her, but I would have been very, very sad. Then there was also a surfboard lawsuit. So this is like a surfboard, a Mayhem surfboard company. They sued her for copyright infringement because her label, or her like logo and everything for Mayhem looked very similar to their logo. And I did see a lot of, she won the lawsuit. I did see a lot of stans being like, they don't look similar at all. They do. They look very similar. I still think it was ridiculous for them to sue her over it. I would have just capitalized off of it. I've been like, look, if people buy this because it looks similar to Lady Gaga merch, it's not hurting us. But I don't know. They thought they could get some money out of it, I guess. It was the same thing when that Evermore, like theme park sued Taylor Swift over Evermore, the album, which that one was really dumb. This one, I'm like, okay, yeah, the logos do look similar. And it is, you know, I don't know. With Evermore, I was like, okay, fuck off with that one. But that one, I was like, oh, so many people would have bought tickets to go to the theme park just as like a Taylor Swift thing, even if they know it's not associated with Taylor Swift, it still would have been like, oh my god, Evermore, it's like the album. You just should have capitalized off of it instead of like making a war with the artist in question, because now their fans aren't gonna fuck with you anymore. Whatever. So Accolade, she won the Sports Emmy for Outstanding Musical Direction from the Super Bowl. Grammy Award, she won Best Pop Duo/Group Performance for Die With a Smile with Bruno. She also did win the Golden Raspberry Award for Worst Screen Combo for her and Joaquin Phoenix for Joker 2. I am a Joker 2 apologist. Kinda. So I don't think she deserved that, but oh well, it's iconic in its own right. She also won the Las Culturistas Culture Awards for Album of the Year and Record of the Year. Then she won at the VMAs for Best Collaboration, Artist of the Year, Best Direction, Best Art Direction, and she won Grindr Unwrapped for Mother of the Year, Album of the Year, Song of the Year, Tour of the Year, and then the iHeartRadio Music Award for Best Collaboration and Innovator Award. Oh, shit. Upcoming nominations. She does have the most nominations of our pop girlies, though Kendrick Lamar did have more than her. She's got Record of the Year, which I think she should win. Album of the Year, which I think she probably should not win, but I would like her to win. Song of the Year, I think she should also win. Pop Solo Performance, I think she should also win. Pop Vocal Album, I think she should also win. Best Dance Pop Recording, I think she should also win. And then Best Traditional Pop Vocal Album, I think she should also win. She should win every single one of these categories except Album of the Year, which I do think should go to Bad Bunny. But if she wins, I will not complain. Year-end list. So for the album, she was listed at number 33 for Pop Matters, Consequence at number 28, Sunday Times at 20, NME at 19, Los Angeles Times 14, The New Yorker 11, Entertainment Weekly 5, The Guardian 5, Business Insider 3, Billboard 3, and Rolling Stone 2. Songs, Abracadabra, Pitchfork number 29, Stereogum number 7, USA Today number 4, The Guardian number 4, NME number 2, Billboard number 2, Rolling Stone number 1, And then Killa, Billboard 56, Vanish Into You, Paste 39. She tied for number 1 with your guys' poll, with Addison Rae with 8.37% of the votes. And then notable moments. This is her from her Brazil trip. She just caused pandemonium all around Brazil. This was one of the fans just yelling, "Gaga, Gaga," and then, like, on the ground crying. Relatable. This is also from Brazil. This was when she was doing her dress rehearsal because it was on the beach. So they did have it gated off, but then a lot of people did still crowd around the gate and then just kind of were able to watch from those big screens. It was pretty cool. There was a lot of nice videos from that. Overall, I do just want to give an acknowledgement to the outfits. She added a lot to her iconography this year, some iconic looks, especially the Mother Mayhem look and the Mother Mayhem character in general. The big hat and the like latex outfit, very, very good. Very reminiscent of stuff that she was doing with like the Born This Way ball and the Fame Monster as well. Also some good wigs this year, some great wigs. I love this one in particular. And there was a lot of nostalgia this year. So The Weeknd posted this because they're most likely, they seem to be teasing some sort of Weeknd collab in the coming year. Looking forward to that. She's also working on some sort of new music. I don't know if it'll be a deluxe edition for Mayhem or a whole new album, but she's been recording on the road, which is very exciting. But some sort of collab with The Weeknd coming up. But I really just wanted to highlight this because The Weeknd used this old photo of her in New York, and there was just a lot of stuff from, well, I can't say from her team because I don't know if it's coming from her team, but I think a lot of it probably was coming from her team. There was a lot of like old footage that suddenly got released this year, stuff that people had never even seen before. Like, I don't remember if this happened this year or last year, but a lot of footage from her Lollapalooza performance back from like 2007 or 2008, I think 2007. More footage came out of that. I do think her team is behind at least some of it. Like, someone has access to all this old stuff that is just, for some reason, getting put out onto the internet as if to remind people of, like, this is the bitch she's always been. And I love it. And then also, so with the Harlequin release, there was a misspelling on the original poster. They took it down within, like, I think 30 minutes, but it did happen. We've got the I before the U. And then also with the Harlequin promo, there was one video that went up and the audio was kind of fucked up, and then they had to repost something else within like 30 minutes again. So the Harlequin release was a little messy, but still, I do love that special. Oh, and there it is. There's Billie versus Gaga. I do think, you know, I was hyping Gaga up a lot. I can't really help it. It's just, it's in my blood. But one criticism that I can give of her this year, I do wish that she had done some more music videos and maybe held off on the tour. I can't tell if I have 2 extra L's in there. No, I don't. Okay, wait. I wish she had maybe held off on the tour until next year and did more videos this year, because I really would have loved a video for Garden of Eden and Perfect Celebrity, or really any song on the album. But we only really got videos for Abracadabra and then Dead Dance this year, and we got Disease last year. But I do love that Disease video. I think that's actually one of her best videos, but that came out last year, so we can't count it. Okay, yeah, I mean, we can call it. I do think that was correct. But we do love you, Billie. Alrighty. Lily Allen. Yeah, and I also do wish she had been more political. She did say some stuff, definitely in support of like the queer community and specifically the trans community during her Grammy acceptance speech. And then she also talked about that a little bit on her podcast with Bowen Yang, the Las Culturistas podcast. But yeah, I wish she had been outspoken about some more issues. But, you know, it is what it is. At least she did speak out for trans people. Better than some people. All right. So Lily Allen, kind of a late entry, but released her album West End Girl on October 24th. Announced it 4 days prior. It hit number 93 on the Billboard 200. So this is... It felt very big in, I think, like, our community and, like, the general pop community. But it wasn't, like, a huge album, really. But it got an 84 out of 100 on Metacritic, an 80 out of 100 on Album of the Year. It was ranked number 13 in the year-end rank for Album of the Year. It was her first album in 7 years, made in 10 days. It is a work of autofiction, so blending fictional elements with fictionalized elements. I think it's probably more, or what did I say? Blending real life stuff with fiction. I think it was more real life than fiction, but that gives her, you know, a little bit of an out, you know, in case anyone accuses her of maybe like defamation or anything. Not that I think that he has any plans to take any sort of legal action, but like, especially it is smart from a legal stance of like, well, let me not say that all of this literally happened, but I think a lot of it did literally happen. She didn't perform a whole lot, and none of the songs, I don't think any of the songs charted, so God damn it, what is the problem here? I don't think any of the songs charted, so I don't have any, like, specific, like, song highlights. But the whole thing is, like, a story in order anyway, so it's hard to even really single out any songs from it because it's, like, they all work as a part of a continuous narrative. Then she did perform on SNL on December 13th. She seemed a little nervous. She hasn't performed live for a while, I don't think. But she did okay. She did Sleepwalking with... the wallpaper of the set is very similar to the wallpaper in her Brooklyn townhouse, which was featured in Architectural Digest, so that's a fun little detail. Then she performed Madeline, with Madeline being played by Dakota Johnson. There's a lot of people wondering if maybe the Madeline character will be played by a different celebrity every night when she goes on tour next year. And then she also was involved in a sketch where she did sing like a parody version of West End Girl. So that's not really like a performance, but it's performance adjacent. And then she did a few interviews. She did The Late Show with Jimmy Fallon, where she was given a jacket to resemble the album cover, which was very cute. She announced her album could be turned into a play, which it really does suck to be that man this year. I hope he's doing okay, to be honest with you. I hope, because we talked about it last week, I think. Yeah, it was last week. He seems to be in a very bad place, and in a place that's like, I mean, he seems like a dick, but I do hope that he's okay, and I hope that he's getting help. CBS Mornings, Interview Magazine, Vogue, Rolling Stone. She really hasn't been, whenever she's doing these interviews, she's really just talking about the album and the album process. She has not talked about him whatsoever. So, you know, it sucks to be him, but she's not really... She hasn't made this an active war against him the way that I think some people are acting like she is. Nor does he seem to be in an active war against her, to be honest with you. And she also did the track star thing, you know, where they, like, make you... They have celebrities be like, oh, do you know this song? It's cute. Other ventures, she has a podcast called Miss Me with her childhood friend Makita Oliver, and she did step away from that for a while ahead of her album release, I believe, because she was on the podcast this last week, so I don't know if she's fully coming back to the podcast, because they said something about they were taking a break for a few weeks, but then they were coming back, so I don't know if she's going to come back and still be on the podcast, or if she is continuing to be on break and just Makita's doing it. I don't know. I guess we'll see. But she's on a podcast. Personal life, she got separated from her husband, David Harper, which was announced in February. They put their Brooklyn home up for sale. She checked into a mental health facility in January or February, sometime at the beginning of the year. This is the first time she's admitted herself into a facility instead of being admitted against her will, which is a big step for her. That's a big milestone. She has remained sober throughout the year, and, you know, some events in her life were testing her. And then she went into rehab for shopping addiction this year. And she also seems to be dating a man named Jonah Freud. I don't know who that is, but that's apparently who she's dating. Controversies. Well, she admitted that she can't remember the number of abortions she's had, probably 4 or 5. Some people were very upset about that. I personally do not care. And Ophi made a video about it, so if you want to watch someone's commentary on it, you can watch Ophi's, but I don't even feel like talking about it, because okay. There were some various controversies from her past that resurfaced following the album release. There was cheating in her previous marriage, the Zoe Saldana thing, where she, like, forcefully kissed Zoe and then talked about it in her book, but not in those terms. Then there was the Dr. Luke Halloween costume, and then just various other scandals. Because, you know, she was a mess throughout most of her fucking career. She was on hella drugs. She was drunk most of the time. And I'm not excusing everything that she did. But I do think that, like, there is a larger context of her life. And I do have different expectations for her, you know, pre and post recovery. And then also, there were accusations of a smear campaign against David Harbour, because there was the thing that came out with the Daily Mail where they were reporting on some harassment allegations, some harassment report that Millie Bobby Brown had made on the set of Stranger Things. People were saying that that was, like, her team planting it. I don't think that it was. Quite honestly, from when I was looking into everything, there were people speculating on both sides here of, like, all the stuff that resurfaced from Lily's past. Some people thought that that was David's PR team behind that. And then people thought that Lily and her PR team were behind the stuff that was coming out about David. I don't think either is true, to be honest with you. Here's what I think happened with the Daily Mail. This is my personal theory. I do think that Lily or her team, or, like, people close to her, did go to the Daily Mail in 2024 when it was found that she was, like, on Raya. Because people found that she was on Raya, even though she was married to David Harbour. So that got reported, and then reports started coming out from the Daily Mail about, like, no, she was only on Raya to look to see if he was on Raya because she thinks he's cheating on her. And then stuff about the cheating started to come out with David, specifically that there was a woman that he met on the set of one Netflix production, and then he was having an affair with her and then flying her out to the Stranger Things set to continue the affair while they were filming this newest season. So I do think that Lily's team went to the Daily Mail at first to clear up the Raya thing and make it clear that, like, no, the infidelity is on his side, not hers, which is kind of fair if there's already reports going out, you know, accusing her of cheating. It does make sense to me that her team would want that cleared up. But I think that was probably most of the extent of what happened there. And I think once the Daily Mail started looking into that cheating allegation, I think they just started poking their nose into other stuff too, and then came across the fact that there were these allegations made against him with this harassment report from Millie Bobby Brown, which the details of which we still don't even know. We don't even know what Millie ever accused him of. And they do seem, she's at least doing promo with him now. They're speaking well of each other. So it's like, I just don't even want to really get into that, because it's like, I don't even think it's fair to Millie Bobby Brown that allegations that she made likely in confidence, it's a confidential report we're now aware exists, and we don't even know the details of it. It's like, it's just, I don't even want to get into it, because we don't know what happened, and we don't know how Millie feels about it, and we don't know what the state of their relationship is at the moment. But I think that that's probably what happened there, is like the Daily Mail just started poking around, found some other stuff, got excited, and especially once the album came out, it was like, oh, this is the perfect time because he's already getting this scandal, this backlash from that. This is going to be great clicks. I think that's just tabloids doing tabloid shit. The stuff with all the stuff resurfacing from Lily's past, I think is similar shit of like people on the internet liking opportunities to like bring up people's past scandals. I mean, the Zoe Saldana stuff I've seen on my own timeline for years. Every couple months, at least like once a year, I see someone talking about it. So it's like that was already out there. So as soon as that happened, I just think that this was a perfect storm of like these two people that have pasts and have, especially, they're both former addicts. He might have relapsed this year too. They both have messy pasts. They both have a history in the spotlight. There was a lot for a lot of people to work with. And it was like, you know, it's like when sharks smell blood, they attack. Tabloids and people on the internet, they smelled blood. And they found as much stuff to shit talk these people as they could. I think that really is as simple as it is. I don't think this is a war between two PR camps. I just don't. I think it is an organic campaign of just people being entertained by it. Oh, you're right. Zoe Kravitz, not Saldana. I don't know why I wrote that. Yeah, Zoe Kravitz. But it is kind of sad in that sense of like, this did seem like a kind of complicated situation with two people who are already both very messy. And, you know, there definitely, people went overboard with the David Harbour stuff a bit, especially when it came to that woman that died in his apartment. Yeah, it sucks. It sucks that we can't just gossip and be normal about it. But it is what it is. Hope he's doing well. Hope he's in treatment. Anyway. Year-end lists. It got named in Pop Matters Albums of the Year at 61, Rolling Stone at 33, Los Angeles Times at 21, NME at 13, Billboard at 12, The Guardian at 7, The Fader at 6, The Atlantic at 6, The Sunday Times at 5, Business Insider at 4, and The Independent at 3. And then for songs, Pussy Palace made it to NME's list at 21, Billboard at 11, and The Guardian at 8. With you guys, it ranked number 4 on the poll with 5.91% of the votes. And notable moments, she is selling the album on a USB drive that looks like a butt plug. So that's fun. And then Doechii, is that who she's going against in the bracket? Yep, okay. Doechii had a more low-key year. So Denial is a River was released on January 2nd. It hit number 21 on the Billboard Hot 100. There were 2 trailers released for the video, which I do think was probably a mistake. I think there was a lot of hype built up for a music video for a song that had already been out for a bit, and she had already performed live multiple places. I think for you to release 2 trailers, it probably should have been like maybe multiple songs or maybe a new song in addition to Denial is a River, but it is what it is. You know, I do think that Doechii did not capitalize on the momentum of her 2024 breakout in the ways that I was sort of hoping she would, but she is also a very new artist, so I don't think that she has the most experienced team. But then she released Nosebleeds on February 5th. It hit number 13 on the Billboard Bubbling Under. It was released hours after winning Best Rap Album at the Grammys. It references Kanye's 2005 Guess We'll Never Know speech. It is a fun little bragging song. And then Extra L with Jenny was released on February 21st. It hit number 75. And then Anxiety was released March 4th. It hit number 9 on the Billboard Hot 100. It was originally put on YouTube in 2019, but then it got really big on TikTok. It sampled, it's just a full instrumental for somebody that I used to know. A lot of people really liked it on TikTok, and then she released it officially, and then everyone was like, oh, we hate this song. So that sucks. But yeah, it is a corny song. The music video is really good, though. And then she did release some other songs. She did some features with other people, but a lot of those, they didn't chart at all, so unfortunately they're just kind of not significant enough for me to put them on the bracket, but she did release other stuff this year. She did a song called Beat a Bitch Up with another artist who I'm not really familiar with the other artist. I did put it on my list of my favorite 20 songs from the year. But I'll have to look more into the artist that she did that song with, because I've never heard of that person. And then her year in performance, she did the 2025 Grammy Awards. She did Catfish and Denial. Denial is a River. I don't know why I put Denial of a River. I should have really proofread a lot of this. Oh well. And then she did some festivals. She did Opener, Camp Flog Gnaw, Outside Lands, Lollapalooza in Chicago, Glastonbury, All Things Go, and then she started her tour, and I think finished the tour. I couldn't get a clear, I think it ended on November 15th, but I couldn't get a clear date because there were multiple different dates that I saw on the Wikipedia page, so I don't know. People are not updating the Wikipedia, maybe? But the tour's over, I think. And then she also was a supporting act for some grand national tour dates with Kendrick and SZA. And then otherwise, she did the Met Gala appearance and did. I like the outfit. I was hoping for a little bit more for her first Met Gala appearance, but she does look really cool. And then she did the Cosmopolitan cover in April, and some other interviews throughout the years, mostly she did the In the Bag thing for Vogue's YouTube channel, Hot Ones Versus cover of British Vogue, some more kind of, it's just not huge stuff. And this is what I'm saying is she didn't build on the momentum the way that I wanted her to, but she's a very, very new artist, so no controversies throughout the year. She was accused of mistreating her assistants while getting ready for the Met Gala. There was a video of her just being I need more umbrellas. It was not that bad. When I heard people talking about it, I saw the tweets about it, and then I turned the audio on the video, and I was like, that's all she said? It was stupid. And then she responded by writing on Instagram, God forbid a girl needs more umbrellas, which then, of course, there was backlash to that, too. The whole thing was dumb. People were just looking for a reason to be upset with her. And then she also referenced that incident during her Glastonbury performance. It was a whole thing with umbrellas. It was cute, but also the whole backlash was just so overblown in the first place. Then there was Anxiety backlash, because people just think the song is corny, and then they were just kind of using that to invalidate her entire career in a way that was very unfair. I mean, I literally saw people, because the song was used in the trailers for the Final Destination movie that came out this year, and I saw people being like, I don't even want to see the movie now, because that song was in the trailer. It was so dumb. Just so fucking stupid. And then there were industry plant allegations, which to me is so fucking ridiculous for multiple reasons. One we'll get to in a second. But also, a part of my issue, not my issue with her so much, but my disappointment is I felt like she wasn't getting the push that I wanted her to get from the momentum she had been building in 2024. And if she had been an industry plant, she would have gotten the fucking push. I think the problem here is just that she's a newer artist who doesn't have a team that knows how to capitalize on the publicity she had gotten last year. And I fucking wish she was an industry plant, because she would have been more places. She would have done more stuff. What do you mean, industry plant? Stupid. If she was an industry plant, why didn't I see enough of her? Accolades, she got the American Music Award for Social Song of the Year, the BET Award for Best Female Hip Hop Artist, Best Rap Album at the Grammy Awards, and then Video Music Award for the Best Hip Hop and Best Choreography. Her upcoming nominations, she is nominated for Record of the Year, Song of the Year, Best Rap Performance, Best Rap Song, and Best Music Video for Anxiety. I don't think she should win any of them. She might win for, like, I don't know. It's really hard to say, because I think a lot of people really didn't take that song seriously. But the Grammy voters might, because they're old, so I don't know. I don't know if they're going to be as bothered by the corniness as, like, people on Twitter were. So I don't know. It could win for any of these. I don't think it necessarily should. But it could. And then Year Endless, she was listed for Anxiety in Rolling Stone for number 60, Complex at 50, Billboard at 49, then Denial is a River for Billboard at number 9, and USA Today at number 5. And here's another reason I don't think she's an industry plant. She has been incredibly outspoken this year politically. So this is her at the BET Awards. She took time in her speech to say, Trump is using military forces to stop a protest. I want y'all to consider what kind of government it appears to be when every time we exercise our democratic right to protest, the military is deployed against us. Yeah, no, this is not industry plant behavior. What are you talking about? Oh my god, so dumb. Anytime a woman is successful in any way or is getting critical acclaim, people are like, oh my god, industry plant. She's clearly not an industry plant. She was vocal about politics the entire fucking year. About Palestine, about trans people, about immigration. She's been in it. And we love her for it. Was that it? We did, yep, it was Lily versus Doechii. Alright. Here we go. All right, Doechii is still pulling ahead. Oh, there goes Lily. Oh, okay, back and forth. It's anyone's game. Get your votes in. Your votes matter. They matter so much. All right, I think it's very close. Y'all better fucking vote. Cause that's close. I'm about to call it for Doechii, but if we have any Lily stans in the audience, or just people who think Lily deserves it, cause you know, it's not just about standing. Okay, now it's even closer. Get your votes in. Your votes count. Oh my god, okay, now it's 50-50. Okay, oh, well, Doechii pulled back ahead. Shit. This is just like Taylor and Marina again. My god. Okay, Doechii's pulled back ahead. Okay, I'm gonna do some more elevator music, and then I'm gonna count down from 20 in my head. And then after that, if Doechii's still leading, we're gonna call it. Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. Oh, goddamn. Okay. Well, now we're stuck. Everybody vote. I don't want to cast the tie-breaking vote. Oh my god. Shit ass. Are we actually gonna have to, like, flip a coin? Remember when Lily Allen dressed up her ex-husband's penis in blackface and tweeted a picture of it at Azealia Banks? Yes, I do remember that. That was bad. But it didn't happen this year. And her and Azealia at one point had... she called Azealia, apologized, they made up, and then Azealia was talking fondly of Lily for a minute, and then at one point she changed her mind again. So I think that her and Lily are feuding. Well, not feuding. I think Azealia is talking negatively about Lily again, which she has every right to, because that was fucking crazy of her. But there was a minute where they reconciled. Okay, I'm gonna call it for Doechii, because she's at 51, and I think she was mostly leading throughout most of the vote anyway, so... oh shit, I didn't mean to start the music again. Alright, we're calling it for Doechii. That was really close. Alright, bye Lily. Alright, and we are closing in. We've got Rosalia, Pink Pantheress, SZA, Hayley Williams, and then we're really off to the races, and it's gonna get really contentious. Okay. Alright, Rosalia, Lux, released November 7th. It hit number 4 on the Billboard 200. It's got a 95 out of 100 on Metacritic, which is crazy. 93 out of 100 on Album of the Year. It is number 1 in the year-end rank for Album of the Year. So far it is 2 singles, but again, she did release this on November 7th, so this is kind of a late entry. 13 to 14 languages on the album. Songs inspired by the lives of female saints. She released Berghain, I don't know if I'm pronouncing that correctly either, on October 27th. It's a great song. Number 3 on the Billboard Bubbling Under, featuring Björk and Yves Tumor, lyrics in German, English, and Spanish. Then La Perla released December 5th, which hit number 82 on the Billboard Hot 100, featuring Yaritza Su and Essencia. I'm definitely butchering that, I apologize. And then Year in Performance. She performed at the Los 40 Music Awards, and then also on the Tonight Show with Jimmy Fallon with a performance that is no longer on YouTube. I'm so fucking sick of this shit. Why do they keep taking these things off of YouTube? What is the point? I'm sure it's a licensing thing with the record labels, but it's really, really pissing me off. It was Princess and the Pea themed, though. It was cute. We have to look somewhere else to find it. And then promotional efforts, she did some cryptic social media posts around like mid-2025 when she really started like teasing the album. Some like pentagrams and also some Catholic imagery to, you know, give people the vibe of what she was about to release. Then she did some various interviews, Apple Music with Zane Lowe, New York Times Popcast, The Tonight Show with Jimmy Fallon, Recess Therapy, Subway Takes, and then she did 18 listening parties where she attended 3. That's one of them. I think that's the one. Is that in Barcelona? I believe. Incredible. Beautiful. What an image. And then she also did dye a halo into her hair. Because, you know, it's like saint themed. In her personal life, she did reference her breakup with Jeremy Allen White at one point while talking about the making of the album, but that did happen in 2024. But, you know, still kind of relevant to her personal life this year. And she's reportedly dating someone named Emilio Sacrea. I don't know who that is, but hopefully he's nice. I don't know. And then year-end lists. So I think this is the most that any girl is on, because if you see, because I didn't want to split it up into multiple slides, so if I had to just like reduce the font the more that people were on these lists, and I think I had to make her font the smallest because she did get onto the more year-end list than anybody else. And high too, like the lowest she was ranked is number 17. So Paste 17, Pitchfork 16, Washington Post 10, Slant 10, NME 7, Stereogum number 4, The New Yorker 4, Rolling Stone 3, The Fader 3, Atlantic 3, Billboard 2, Sunday Times 2, Time 2, The Ringer 2, Dazed 1, Consequence 1, Entertainment Weekly 1, Pop Matters 1, The Independent 1, The Guardian 1, Business Insider 1. So if that gives you an idea. And it makes sense because she is a very like, she's into kind of like the musicology stuff. Like she approaches music in a kind of academic fashion. So it does really make sense that she is being so lauded by all these critics who also are taking music seriously, sometimes in an academic fashion. Songs, Reliquia, NME number 7, Pace number 7, Berghain, Billboard number 34, Clash 14, Rolling Stone 14, The Fader 6, The Guardian 1, La Perla, Billboard number 71, La Rumba del Perdón, Los Angeles Times number 8. With Y'all, she ranked number 8, tied with Jade and Ethel Cain with 3.2% of the vote. And then notable moments. She did release, this was one of the things that she released prior to the album coming out. It was some like sheet music that she put onto, I think she put some sheet music onto Instagram and also Substack, which is very cool because it's like, it gives people an idea of what parts of the song will sound like. It's like a cool way to tease a song. And it again kind of like, it's an extension of her and her approach to music as being kind of more like academic and more musicological, and her caring about like, you know, the sheet music and the actual music theory. So it is cool. Now, unfortunately, I do see someone says also La Perla is about Rao Alejandro, who stood her up at the altar, thus the wedding gown at SNL. Okay, so I didn't know that. But, so I don't know enough about her lore to know some of these references. But overall, I don't have a whole lot to say about the album or her year because it got released so late, and she's only released, you know, like 2 singles so far. She's gonna go on tour next year. So it's like and this is the problem too. Well, not the problem, but this is the conundrum with the bracket and us evaluating the number 1 pop girly of the year. It's like the musical output was obviously like top tier, has like the most critically acclaimed album of the year, but it's like we are also incorporating the promo and everything too, and she has a late start. She just started promoting the album very recently. So it's hard to evaluate where she exactly stands in the overall pop girliness, even though it's like in terms of the pop artistry, she is clearly doing something above and beyond pretty much every other girl on the list, really. But here's Pink Pantheress. So her year in music, she released Fancy That on May 9th. It hit number 72 on the Billboard 200. Got an 82 out of 100 on Metacritic, a 76 out of 100 on Album of the Year. 16 year-end rank on Album of the Year. 3 singles, 4 videos. And then she also released Fancy Some More, which is like the remix album, on October 10th with a lot of features, including Jade, Kylie Minogue, Zara Larsson. So she's a friend to the other pop girlies. For her song, she did Tonight, which hit number 25 on the Billboard Bubbling Under. Stateside, which I don't think hit the charts at all, at least not like the main charts, not the Hot 100 or the Bubbling Under, but it was very like well reviewed, and it is in like year-end list. People are loving the song, and that's the one that they're gonna do. Her and she's got Zara Larsson on the remix, and they're gonna do a video for that. So that will probably be maybe a big part of the coming year. And then Illegal hit number 96 on Billboard. I don't know why. I think this is early when I was putting like reviews and stuff on here. I stopped doing that eventually. But it was a big TikTok trend. The "is this illegal? It feels illegal" thing. And then she did Wild and Alone with FKA Twigs, which was released on Eusexual Afterglow. So that's a big thing that is really helping Pink Panthers too, is she is pretty big into the collabs. And then year in performance, she did The Tonight Show with Jimmy Fallon. She did Illegal / Girl Like Me / Tonight, so she got a good little sampling of her music out there. And then she did An Evening with Pink Panthers, the tour from September 18th to November 13th. She did a few music festivals, Glastonbury, Way Out West. She did the NPR Tiny Desk concert, and she did the BBC Live Lounge. Promotional efforts. She did a lot. She did 20 Questions for MTV, Apple Music with Zane Lowe, Complex, Pitchfork, Therapist, Capital Buzz, Zach Sang, Rolling Stone. She also did a lot of TikToks, and she did the Cooking with Quenlin Blackwell thing that was cute. Other ventures. She's apparently a chess champion. She's really good at playing chess, and she also, she did, like, the appearance, she did an appearance at the Together for Palestine concert, but I don't understand, she wasn't a performer there. I don't know why she didn't perform, but she was a big part of, like, the marketing effort, and we love her for that. We love her for the political advocacy. I don't know why she didn't perform, though. Maybe it was just, like, not time to schedule it. I don't know. Upcoming nomination. She is nominated for Best Dance Pop Recording for Illegal, and then Best Dance / Electronic Album for Fancy That. I do think that the album should go to Eusexua, but I definitely wouldn't mind if she won for that. And then the Best Dance Pop Recording, I would like it to go to Lady Gaga, but I wouldn't mind. Year-end list for the album. Consequence, 47. Rolling Stone, 23. Pitchfork, 18. Slant, 18. Sunday Times, 14. The Ringer, 13. Stereogum, 12. The Independent, 11. NME, 10. Business Insider, 10. Vulture, 9. Billboard, 7. The Guardian, 6. And Pop Matters, 3. For the song, Stateside. Rolling Stone number 36, Clash number 17, Stateside featuring Zara Larsson, Paste 97, Illegal, Dazed 15, Complex 12, Billboard 7, Pitchfork 6, The Fader 3, The Guardian 2, Stereogum 2, and NME 1. With Y'all, she ranked number 5 with 5.42% of the votes. Notable moments. She was in an episode of Impractical Jokers, whatever that joke show, prank show is. She was just in the audience as someone was like putting like a knife or something down their throat. Just happened to be there. Pink Panthers just kind of shows up places a lot of the time. And then so we talked about last year when we talked about Usher, his son had sent Pink Panthers a message on Instagram from Usher's account. And this is a fun little moment where, because she shows people, she does this like hand thing on her shows. And she'll show like a celebrity or a public figure in the audience. And this was Usher, and he said, "My son dragged me here." That's cute. We love a full circle moment. She also had Zoran Mamdani at one of the shows. We love that as well. Oh, and that's it. Okay, so there's Rosalia and Pink Pantheress. Alrighty. Oh man, Pink Panthers has taken it. I mean, that makes sense. I do feel like she got a lot more publicity this year. But again, it does just kind of suck because Rosalia clearly had, like, one of the most critically acclaimed albums. But yeah, this is where the meta-narrative really kind of takes over. I mean, there is meta-narrative with Rosalia, but Pink Pantheress was just in front of people more often. And throughout the year, too. I'm sorry, Matt. It is a great album. But, unfortunately, that is not our only metric. Look, and also, again, Rosalia released late into the year. She still has a tour scheduled for next year. So this is just the start of her album cycle and her album era. So she fully has every capacity to win, if not just get farther, if not win the bracket in 2026. This is the beginning of her era. Especially, I mean, she wasn't even eligible for the Grammy nominations this year, but she'll be nominated for sure for the 2027 Grammys. But all right, let's go. SZA versus Hailey. Alright, so SZA, most of her music, again, got released last year, but she did release a deluxe edition for Lana. The whole thing is so funny, because it's like, Lana is a deluxe edition of SOS, but then there is also a deluxe edition of Lana. So there's SOS Deluxe Lana, which was released on February 9th with 4 new songs. And I've heard before that she's trying to get out of her album contract, and I feel like constantly doing deluxe editions, that has to be prolonging your contract, doesn't it? Instead of just releasing a full... I don't know how any of it works. But she released a deluxe edition with 4 new songs. She also released PT Cruiser on October 15th with Mo Ruff. And then she did the Super Bowl performance. She was a featured performer for Kendrick Lamar's Super Bowl. And then her and Kendrick did the Grand National Tour, which is a huge tour. And also, from what I could see, it looked pretty great. Critically acclaimed, April 19th to December 11th, the Seattle show became the highest-grossing hip-hop concert in history. And then there were a lot of guest appearances. Doja Cat, Justin Bieber, Lizzo, Playboi Carti. Big, big tour. Promotional effort. She did a few interviews throughout the year, especially, like, internet-y things. She's an internet-y girl. GQ, 10 Things I Can't Live Without, the Apple Music Conversation with Mariah Carey. She also did the Drew Barrymore Show, the Jennifer Hudson Show, Jimmy Kimmel Live, Hot Ones Versus, GQ, the cover of Interview magazine. And she's a well-rounded girly, too. She did One of Them Days, which was released on January 17th, which is critically acclaimed and commercially successful in a way that I think people weren't really expecting. Because there is now a sequel in development, and I don't know if people went into it thinking that it was going to be like a franchise type thing. But it was co-starring Keke Palmer. I guess it's great. I haven't seen it, but I'm sure it's good. And then she is Not Beauty, which is her line of lip products that were being sold at pop-up shows during the tour. She did eventually put some stuff onto a web store, but I think they've all sold out at this point. So that was a cute little venture that she did. She is known for her beautiful, beautiful lips. And she also was the first artistic director of Vans, as well as did a guest appearance on Sesame Street. Controversies this year. She allegedly liked a TikTok criticizing Taylor Swift's use of AAVE. Look, I mean, was she wrong? And also, I couldn't even find confirmation that she liked it. I just saw people saying that she did, but I don't know for sure if she did. But then people were calling her, two-faced or something because she took a photo with Taylor at some point. It's like, well, what the fuck? Just because she's taken a photo with the woman before, she can't have feelings about the album that she just released? Whatever. And then she also... Nicki Minaj made some hits at her on Twitter, and then people were acting like there was a back and forth between the two of them. SZA did respond a few times, but she didn't do nearly as much as Nicki did, and Nicki also definitely took the first shot. So I put feud in quotes because I really think people exaggerated the amount that SZA even entertained it. She really, like, Nicki and Cardi went back and forth. SZA said like one thing to defend herself, and that was pretty much it. A couple things, but that was not a feud. Now, accolades. She won Favorite R&B Artist at the American Music Awards. BET Awards, she won Best Collaboration and Best Female R&B/Pop Artist. Grammy Awards, won Best R&B Song. iHeartRadio Music Awards, R&B Artist of the Year. Nickelodeon Kids' Choice Awards, Favorite Female Artist, and then Favorite Music Collaboration. Oh, okay, the lip glosses are still in stock. When I looked earlier, that was weeks ago though, so maybe they've restocked since then. But when I was looking, at least maybe it was even just the ones that I wanted to buy. I was like, what the fuck? These are all sold out. But I guess she still has some. Now, upcoming nominations. She is nominated for Record of the Year for Luther with Kendrick. Also Song of the Year, also for Luther. Best Pop Duo/Group Performance, 30 for 30 featuring Kendrick. Best Traditional R&B Performance for Crybaby, and Best Melodic Rap Performance for Luther with Kendrick Lamar. Because she did the Lana album, that was a late entry into 2024. So she wasn't even eligible for the Lana stuff for nominations until this year. Now, the year-end list. Luther, Stereo Gum number 37, Rolling Stone number 9, Complex number 5, Billboard number 5, Business Insider number 2, and then Scorsese Baby Daddy, Paste number 12, BMF Billboard 69. Notable moment, she was pretty much the only celebrity at the American Music Awards. She did almost have a wardrobe malfunction trying to get up the stairs, but she looked super cute. I was, like, grateful that she was there because the award ceremony was so fucking boring that I was like, well, at least I have SZA to pay attention to. But at the same time, I was like, oh, she's too good for this. I'm sorry that she's here. She also has been very outspoken about politics on social media, especially. This is something that she talked about. Like, most people, even when they get into politics, most pop stars, they don't get into the detail that SZA gets into, which I really love her for. This is about Alaska and, like, oil drilling and the biggest wildlife preserve in America. I'm like, man, she is doing her homework, is she not? Look at her go. She's very, very smart. And then she also the White House used one of her songs. She tweeted about it, as I think you should do when these things happen, and most people did do. One person did not. But she said White House rage-baiting artists for free promo is peak dark, inhumanity plus shock and awe tactics, evil and boring. She is correct. She also defended Cynthia Erivo and called it classic misogynoir, the way that people were treating her on social media, as she should. As she should. And then she's up against Haley. God, it really did pain me putting some of these women up against each other, but I was like, well, they have to go against somebody. But this one really did hurt. So, Ego Death at a Bachelorette Party, released August 28th. Hit number 12 on the Billboard 200. 91 out of 100 on Metacritic. 92 out of 100 on Album of the Year. Number 8 year-end rank on Album of the Year. First released as individual tracks on her website, which is very cool. Very, I just love that. Because, especially, too, when you think about the fact that she hit number 12 on Billboard, her streaming numbers might have taken a big hit for the fact that she released all the songs previously, you know? Like, she essentially leaked her own album. But then they hit streaming on August 1st. 3 songs were added to the track list since the initial release. And this is her first album as an independent artist with her own label called Post Atlantic, which is very, just very on the nose for her first album off of Atlantic on her new label Post Atlantic. So Parachute, the song was released on August 28th. This was released with the full album, not the original singles. This is like when the album was first released as an album, this was the only new song, but there's since been 2 other songs added. The music video for Parachute, Ego Death, and there were music videos for Parachute, Ego Death at a Bachelorette Party, and Glum. I just didn't separate them because none of them charted, but that's okay. And then she was featured on a few other artist songs. I Like It, Past Lives, Open the Door. I have not listened to any of those. But she is a musician and she likes working with other artists. So even in her first like big solo era, she's had solo albums before, but this is her first like solo era where she's really promoting it. Even still, she just can't stop herself from making music with other people. She did some acoustic songs on YouTube in August. She did Glum in the Park and then Kill Me in the Garden. She did Rolling Stone Musicians on Musicians with Jack Antonoff and Bleachers, the band that Jack Antonoff is in October. Also performed with Bleachers at the Newport Folk Festival in July. She just cannot stop performing with other people. And then she performed with Remy Wolf at the Super Jam Festival in June. She also performed at a few charity events, including the Hilarity for Charity in November, Give a Fuck LA in February, Ally Coalition Benefit Concert with Jack Antonoff, Florence and the Machine, and Rachel Ziegler very recently. I want to be in that room so bad. I like all of those people. And then she did The Tonight Show with Jimmy Fallon, where she did a performance of True Believer, which is a song about like racism and gentrification in the South, and she did it with a dominantly black orchestra and dressed like Kurt Cobain, because she is our modern Kurt Cobain, but better. She did a few interviews, so she did Apple Music with Zane Lowe, New York Times Popcast, Tape Notes Podcast, Alternative Press, Rolling Stone, Good Hang with Amy Poehler. We love Amy Poehler. And then she did do some Paramore-related press for, they did one thing, this was, like, marketed as, like, a Paramore thing, because, I think Zach was also kind of involved in this, but it is funny because it is, like, about her own personal grandpa. They, like, found her grandpa's lost music, because he had made music before, and so they did this whole podcast talking about it. It was very sweet, very cute. And then she did the Spotify liner notes with Zach for the 20th anniversary of All We Know Is Falling, their first album. She also has a hair dye company called Good Dye Young. That was like the code for the song the dye Ego. If you bought that was how you got the code to get into the website to download all those songs. But even then, it was like on the website it said like, if you don't have a code, see if a friend has one. So it was always very kind of open of like, just figure out what the code is and get in. You don't even need to really buy the products. But that was a fun little tie-in because it was called Ego and the album was called Ego Death at a Bachelorette Party. I feel like I've never bought any of her hair dyes, but because her hair looks so good all the time, I'm like, they must work so well. Personal life. There's songs on the album that indicate that she broke up with her bandmate Taylor York, but then there were the 2 songs that got added even after Parachute, after the album came out. There are 2 new songs from that. And some of the lyrics there indicates that they might be back together. Hard to say. I kind of hope they're back together. They were cute. But ultimately, I just want Haley to be happy. Taylor can be happy too. I don't have anything against Taylor. He seems like a nice man. But I have a priority. Whatever makes Haley happy. Upcoming nominations. She is nominated for Best Rock Performance for Mirtazapine, Best Rock Song for Glum, Best Alternative Music Performance for Parachute. And this is the thing where I'm like, what makes Parachute an alternative song? Like alternative music performance versus Mirtazapine being rock. I don't know. None of my business, I guess. And then Best Alternative Music Album, Ego Death at a Bachelorette Party. I do need her to win that. Well, I need her to win all of these. I need her to win all of these. Hailey's grandfather's album, she released that this year. Yeah, she did. I guess I could have counted that even in her releases, but yeah, she did release her grandfather's album, which is very sweet and very nice. And then the album, the year-end list. We've got Slant 46, Billboard 36, Consequence 36, Stereo Gun 32, Pace 20, Pop Matters 10, Rolling Stone 9, NME 9, Business Insider 6, and The New Yorker 6. And My Heart 1. Songs, Parachute, Billboard 60, Pace 33, Los Angeles Times 18, True Believer, NME 6, Clash 4, Mirtazapine, Rolling Stone 17. With all of you, she ranked number 2 with 7.39% of the votes. Now, notable moments. She did tell Morgan Wallen to meet her at Whole Foods because he is racist, as she should. She did a photo shoot at a Whole Foods, which people said it's like she's actively hunting him. Someone needs to. Also, I did just kind of want to shout out the layout of her website. I think it's really cool. I really like the design. And I don't know. I like that she has an interesting website. It looks cool. And especially, it's really cool to me because she's an independent artist now, too. Because it's like, there's no label giving her the budget for this. So what's everybody else's excuse for their boring-ass fucking websites that are just glorified link trees? Oh, shit. And then also she's selling merch that says, Hayley Williams is my favorite band, which means a lot to me as someone who watched her for years reduce herself to just being Hayley Williams from Paramore. It means a lot that she is now celebrating herself as her own entity, her own band. I love that woman. But, all right. That was our final slide, so we're going to vote on this, and then we're just going to keep voting. Man, all right, Hayley really has taken a lead. But we don't have that many votes in yet, so SZA could bounce back. Pitting two black women against each other is so wrong. I'm sorry. Now, those are two people that should really do a collab. I'd love a SZA Hayley collab. And they both collab with other artists so often that it's like, it could happen at any... What's stopping them from doing it? Nothing. All right, I think Hayley's holding strong. I mean, it's not a huge gap, but I think that's a healthy gap. Healthy lead. I might have to call it for Hayley. All right, I'm doing it. I'm calling it. Alright, yeah, I'm calling it for Hayley. That makes sense to me. I do think that, like, SZA obviously had a really big year, too, especially with the stadium tour, but, I mean, Hayley released an album. And so she did add and especially she added more to her meta-narrative this year than SZA did. But I do think SZA obviously had a huge year. Alright. So, here it is. Someone's going against Sabrina. I mean, this one, we'll let it play out. Marina beat Taylor, but can she beat Cardi B? No. We'll just add that there. I'll just put Cardi forward, and then we'll just... I'm not even gonna stop the song. We'll just go straight into the next vote. Alright, okay. Oh, I put Ethan Kane. Ethel Kane. Bad Bunny. Yeah, that's about right. Okay. We'll end that there. I'm shocked any of you voted for Ethel. I do love Ethel, but let's be honest. Okay. We're gonna put a pause for a second. So we got Cardi versus Bad Bunny next. Gaga versus Doechii. Well, you know. We'll just put it to the vote. We'll put it to the vote. Yeah, that's about right. We'll end that there already. Alright, and then we'll just do Pink versus Haley. This one really also could go either way. Yeah, okay, Haley's got a little bit of a lead, but not by much. I'm still pissed about Jade being against Sabrina last night. She didn't have a fighting chance. I know, this is the thing though, is like, they have to go against somebody. And I don't want to put like the big... It's a hard balance, because you need some tension in the first round, but not... You can't have the whole first round have tension, because then it's like you get the big girls out too fast, and then there's no tension for the second round. So it's like, you know, it was a hard balance. Trying to find a configuration where there was tension in the first round, but not so much that there wasn't tension in the second. You know, it's hard. You make your own bracket and, you know, tell me how easy it is. Okay, 50-50. My God. I came late. Was Marina paired with Taylor? Yeah, she was. And she won. And she won. Barely. Jesus. All right, get your votes in, everybody. Get your votes in. Oh God, I gotta start a new song. Come on, we've got 70 people in here and only 48 votes. Vote! Your votes matter. Your votes count. You matter. You count. Now fucking vote. This is a deadlock. I don't even know if one of them was leading at any point. Yeah, Pink broke out. Haley has been established. That's true, but also this is Haley's first solo venture, so she's been established as a part of Paramore. But she did break out of the trap of being a singer in a band. Kinda. I mean, she has had solo albums, obviously, but oh god damn, it's back to 50-50. Fuck. Do we have to flip a coin? Okay, Pink's got it. I'm giving it 20 seconds from here. Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, there it was. Bye, Haley. Now we got Pink. All right, Cardi versus... Oh, I should put the bracket back up so you can see. All right, we got Cardi versus Bad Bunny, Gaga versus Pink Pantheress. Let's fucking go. Here we go. Shit. Okay, early lead for Bad Bunny. All right, yeah, we gotta call that for Bad Bunny. All right, and then we'll just go straight into Gaga versus Pink. Now, no fucking around with this one. Okay. Seems pretty decisive to me. Alright, but this is where I do get scared. Okay. Thank you, Pink. We appreciate you, Pink. Now we got Gaga versus Bad Bunny. And then one of those two versus Sabrina Carpenter. Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god. Everyone deserves it. Everyone's a pop girly. Everyone's an icon. Oh, I can look. Oh wait, I have to put it back on the poll. Okay. Can we do a men's bracket next year? Yeah, we can. But I think that, like, I still would separate, because I feel like the men's category should be, like, the men that I feel deserve to be lumped together. I still think that, like, Bad Bunny would be separated from that, because I do think he's putting in more effort than the other men, so I don't even feel comfortable putting him in with them. Okay, that looks decisive to me. We'll call that. Yay! Okay. I mean, here's the... I obviously, like, I have a bias. Because I am a little monster, as is Bad Bunny. But if Bad Bunny had won, I would have dealt with it. I would have been okay. Because he does deserve it. And again, I do think he should win Album of the Year at the Grammys. So. All right. Here we go. Well. I gotta start another song. Oh, fuck. I can't say anything. I can't bias this. We're at 50-50. Everyone get your votes in. Get your votes in. Get them in right now. Get your votes in. Okay, I'm gonna start a timer for 30 seconds this time. And I'm not even gonna count myself. I'm gonna make the clock do it because I don't even trust myself. Is everyone sure they don't want to vote? Fuck. Okay, there it was. Sabrina Carpenter, you're the champion. Okay. Look, is it what I would have wanted? No, it was not. But it is what happened. Here's the thing. I do think, and I saw the conversations happening in the chat, and I didn't want to weigh in because I didn't want to bias anything. I do think Sabrina did inspire more conversation this year. She was more a part of the general cultural zeitgeist. She prompted more discourse. She was more politically active. I do think that Gaga's album was better. Quite a lot better. And I like the album. I like Sabrina's album. But, you know, it did Mayhem inspire as much conversation as Man's Best Friend did? No. Not culturally. Was it a better album? Yes. But, you know, that's it. It's not just about who put out the best music. It is about the cultural conversation and who dominated the discourse and who dominated the discourse in like a positive way too, in a way that is flattering to them ultimately. You know, obviously she got a lot of controversy this year, but in a way that I think she will be looked back upon as someone who was unfairly maligned by many people and was transgressive in a way that was somewhat necessary for the time, you know? Maybe didn't seem like it should have been as transgressive as it apparently was, but we are at an interesting time in our culture, and a lot of people could not handle what Sabrina was doing. So she was, in a lot of ways, pushing boundaries, politically and socially, in ways that Gaga maybe did not this year. Because I think ultimately Gaga's year was a little bit more fan-focused. It was more focused on, like, her audience and putting out an album that was reflective of her legacy and reconnecting with the Little Monsters. So, you know, I get it. I do think that Sabrina was a part of a larger conversation more than Gaga was. So, you know, I'm fine. I'm okay with this happening. And at least it was very close. So, that was okay. I'm okay with that. Sabrina did dominate cultural conversations. But you know what? Gaga's working on an album right now. She's recording in hotel rooms. So, we'll have 2027. Or 2026. That's what I meant. So that's fine. Anyway. Oh wait, we do have to do the honorary pop girlies still. Our final honorary pop girlies of the year. So, Miss Rachel, our first honorary pop girly of 2025. She is one of the honorary pop girlies of 2025, as is Greta Thunberg, who we did not talk about during the Pop Girly News streams, but she was out there. She was doing it. She was getting kidnapped by Israel. It was crazy. Zoran Mamdani, he was our only pop girly of the year twice. Or not of the year, but honorary pop girly twice in 2 different streams. And we have to celebrate him this year. We have to hype him up this year because tonight, because on the 1st, he is sworn in as mayor. And at that point, we're not glazing anymore. I don't even live in New York City, but he better get his ass to work. But for right now, we stand. Luigi Mangione, he's just kind of like it's not even just for like the shooting a CEO thing, which he did last year. But it's like I was just kind of obsessed with the ways that he kept kind of coming up in conversation. Like even with the Taylor Swift Charlie XCX thing, it came up that he was streaming both of them in jail. I was like, God, he is just kind of a pop girly. He's around. He streams pop girlies. He's a pop stan. And also, here's the thing too. He is very attractive, and a lot of people are sexually attracted to him. And there's the whole conversation about the glorification of violence or whatever. And it's like, well, you know what? This violence is at least like there's one person. I think at some point we do need to start talking about the glorification, or not the glorification, but the complete overlooking of the violence being inflicted by certain institutions, such as healthcare. CEOs and healthcare insurance. It kills more people than Luigi Mangione ever could. So there's violence being perpetrated by institutions that deserves to be talked about. But then also, here's the thing too, is like, there was a lot of hand wringing over like, oh, America just loves to glorify violent white men, especially people who are like attractive. And people were like lumping him together with, you know, serial killers in the way that like Ted Bundy got glorified in the media. And here's the thing, as someone who spent most of her year working on a project about true crime and really like being invested in this idea of like the American serial killer and the way that we glorify these white men who do these things, you know, like I was very keyed into that throughout the year while doing the things that I was doing. And it's like, look, we do as a culture have a tendency to glorify violent men, and it's like, well, at least this one didn't kill like a whole bunch of innocent people. If we're gonna do it, if we're gonna glorify men who kill people, I'd rather it be that one. So, good luck, Luigi. Also, A24, specifically the marketing team at A24. You know, I thought about putting Timothée Chalamet back in here because he did have a big year and has been marketing the fuck out of that Marty Supreme movie. But I also think that at some point we gotta give credit to the people working at A24, period. Because, like, their marketing team, above and beyond. Have you looked at their merch at the store? They've got great stuff in there. And also we do have some in memoriam. So David Lynch, he passed this year. Brian Wilson, who is, in a way, he was an OG pop girly. Jane Goodall. Robin Michelle Reiner. Jonathan Joss, that's his name, right? He was John Redcorn in... Yeah, Jonathan Joss. John Redcorn in King of the Hill. Very sad death. Very tragic. And Michelle Trachtenberg. This one really did devastate me. She meant a lot to many women my age. Millennial women. She is an icon. And the thing that just makes me the saddest about it is, like, she is such an icon. But in a way that was, like, you know, she was an icon to young girls. She was the kind of icon that doesn't always get celebrated, and it makes me so sad to think about, like, I don't know if she knew how important she was to many. I'm like, oh, we're about to cry just thinking about it. It really was sad. Dawn and Buffy, Ice Princess, like, she was that bitch. And I hope she knew that. So anyway, good night, everybody. Happy New Year. You know, tomorrow, it's already New Year's Eve already. Well, it's not the eve because it's not the evening, but it is technically December 31st, at least here in the Metro Detroit area. So, Happy New Year. I'll see you guys next year. I will be doing, the members stream will be next Monday at 7 p.m. So if you're a member, we'll be streaming next Monday. Again, you can purchase memberships here on the channel. Don't purchase them on your iPhone. If you're on an iPhone, do desktop because it will be $1 more expensive on your iPhone. But I'll be here next week for the members only stream on Monday. And then we will be resuming Pop Girly News at some point, probably in January. I don't know if it's not gonna be next week, 'cause next week we're doing the member stream, but maybe the week after that. I'm not sure yet, because I'm gonna work on, I've got a few videos that I want to make for the second channel. Things related to like Taylor Swift specifically. So I'll make those. So I don't know. But I'll keep you posted. Just check my socials. I'll probably post a community note too. But you can find me. I'm on Twitter. I'm on Blue Sky. Jasmine. Am I Jasmine Pig emoji or Jasmine Heart emoji? I think I'm Pig emoji. Yeah, Jasmine Pig emoji on Twitter and on Blue Sky. Also, Medusa Girl on Instagram. I'm around. So I'll see you guys at some point in the coming weeks, and some of you in the members, I'll see you next week. So good night, everybody. Happy New Year.